Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. How you feeling? Good? Good. Hey, my name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Yo, creepy hoods.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
And you're here. If you are, you're welcome to join us in whatever way you see fit, in whatever way you're comfortable or uncomfortable, quite frankly. That can make for some scintillating interactions, too. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. 35192 to get me there. Unless your name is attached to your text, I won't know who you are. A lot of people will text me as if I do, and that's not always the case. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can leave messages there as well. AlanCoxShow.com. Oh, what a burp. Is where you would want to watch. Willie Kungawoo is helping out today. Willie Kungawoo is assisting in the video department, so thank you so much for that. I was looking at still photos, and I was looking at some choppy video of that woman who had to have her leg amputated because it got caught in the walkway at an airport in the Philippines or something, and I still can't figure out how it happened. This woman we've all been on them. We've all been on those. They're basically flat escalators. Some of them have like rubber on them. Others have the metal teeth. And if you don't want to get all your steps in, you take it takes you through long stretches at airport terminals and gets you there a little bit more quickly. It's just a walkway. Walk on the right, stand on the left, or whatever it is. Walk on the left, stand on the right. And some woman in the Philippines got her foot or her shoe or her leg caught or something, and it pulled her whole leg in, and they had to amputate her leg above the knee. And her son was saying later on to the news that he watched them carry the lower half of his mom's leg away in like a foam encasement or something. And I just don't know how that would happen. You know, when I was a kid, that was my biggest fear, was that your shoelace would get caught in the escalator. I don't know if this was something that was put into my head by some urban legend or what, but anytime you were at the mall or whatever, if I was wearing we didn't have Velcro shoes when I was a kid. It was all shoelaces. And I remember...
you were a kid before they invented Velcro?
Well, I wasn't a kid before they invented Velcro. I was a kid before they were on shoes, or at least widely on shoes. My shoes, when I was little, I had to tie them. Shoelaces is what the kids were calling them. Shoelaces. Now... you never have to know. You know, that's another argument with parents now is, should you teach your kids to tie their shoes? Which sounds so fundamental that it sounds almost silly to say. But it's kind of the same thing with cursive writing, analog clocks. And you have to decide when you're going to give yourself over to the way technology is going. I see that some schools are reintroducing cursive into the curriculum. And it's harmless. I don't see the point in that. but maybe there's something that I'm missing. Maybe you educators know something that I don't know. But there have been conversations with a certain generation of parents. Do we need to teach our kids how to tie shoes? Because it's not just little kids' shoes that have Velcro on them. A lot of shoes, you know, they have self-contained laces, or they have other things, you know, like that. And so there have been some parents who are like, I don't feel like that's a necessary task. Seems to me anytime you can learn to tie a knot might be a good thing. What if your kid grows up and has aspirations of being a seaman? What if wants to be a sailor, male or female, a seaman or a sea lady? What if they want to have a career on the open ocean? You got to know how to tie some knots. And that usually starts with your shoelaces. But I don't know. But I don't know. I still don't know how this lady's leg got caught in this thing to the point where they had to amputate her leg. I don't know. When we went to the movies about a week or so ago, we went to Crocker Park. That's the closest theater to us. And there were two guys, one at the top, one at the bottom, a two-man team, fixing the escalator. And so I was showing my daughter because, you know, they pull all the things out and they have to gut that escalator so they can get in there. But these guys, they also have to be very, very careful. They're constantly yelling commands back to each other to let the other one know that the machinery is off, that your foot isn't going to get caught in any open gears or anything like that. So I don't know how this... Now, again, I did have one friend when I was a kid whose shoelace did get caught in the escalator, and he was fine. Just tore his shoelace off. And so at that point, I was like, "Well, we've been told a lie our whole lives.
I saw
our whole short lives. We've been told, hey, careful. If it was teeth, those metal teeth, get a hold of your shoelace, you're done for."
I had a friend. The rubber of the sole of their shoe got caught in an escalator, and it chewed up the front of it, and so. That was. Really,
was he screaming? Was he worried?
That was a girl, and
was she screaming? Was she worried?
I mean, I wasn't there when it happened. But she kept wearing the shoes. Kind of like as a badge of honor. She's like, "Look, this happened." They're like kind of shredded. I'm like, "Why are you still wearing them though?" She's like, "Because it looks kind of cool."
Well, I think
she's
there
a
were
weird lady.
I think there were. Yeah, I think there were some kids too.
It was the grunge era too, so having messed up shoes was like cool.
Still is. I think that there were a lot of kids, too, that were dicking around with escalator steps, too. They were like, oh, I got caught. They're like, no, you put your shoe in there and see what happened.
That kid is back
on the escalator. So
a year goes by.
You don't want a situation like that. But I think it's important maybe to still teach kids how to tie their shoes. Because, again, if they do grow up with dreams of becoming a seaman, or a seafarer. I don't even.
Or if they're ladies into shibari.
Someone who operates on the water. You got to learn your square knots and your clove hitches and
the bow line's very important.
Bow line too. Yup. You got to learn your all variety of hitches, your fisherman knots, and that all starts probably with tying your shoes. There ain't no crabbing vessels or shark boats out there where they're using giant straps of Velcro to batten down the hatches. So I don't know. Poundcake, your thoughts?
I have my shoes tucked into my laces, like you can't see, but I have my laces tucked into my shoe because they're so long and I trip over them.
Into like the sides of your shoes.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Because it's ridiculous.
Why don't you get shorter laces?
These were the ones that just came with the shoe. I didn't think about, I'm like, well, clearly they would fit the shoe. Why would they add them on there?
Why don't you cut them?
Well, because
even when they're tied, they're hanging off like that?
Yes, they're like ridiculous. They're ridiculously long. And I've been like trying to.
I think those are supposed to go
bootlaces or something.
Like around it. Yeah.
I've been like wrapping. Yeah, I've been like wrapping them around and they come loose. And then I'm just walking. I look like a middle schooler walking with my.
Those are reach around laces.
Laces untied.
Is that what they're called?
Yep.
Reach around laces. Well, now he's never going to let him go. He's wrapping his shoes.
I love a good reach around.
There you go. Wow. And if you can incorporate the laces into it, too, that's a new kink.
Hey.
Speaking of which, we do have a memorial for Sue Johansen a little bit later on in the show.
All right.
Sue Johansen, the sex talk lady there from Canada, who did have a short-lived spinoff here in the States, died at 93 yesterday. And she was, she was unparalleled in her field.
I'm sure we'll talk about Alan Arkin, too.
Alan Arkin. The great, great, great Alan Arkin.
I saw that ad like moments after Jason Alexander posted it.
Well, you sent that at about 2 a.m.
Right.
And I could not find anything online. So I thought it was a hoax because a couple of people said, no, this isn't true. I'm like, well, it's not like Jason Alexander. He must know something that nobody else knows.
That's exactly what I
But there
thought.
was nothing for like the next hour.
Yeah,
I
I
couldn't
mean,
sleep
I didn't even
last
see
night. I
like
was
the breaking news until around noon today.
9 a.m. this morning. 9 a.m. is when I saw
Other
Alan
people,
Arkin dead at 93. But it was like, usually stuff like that blows up immediately.
Yeah, I was looking for, like, because I wasn't going to send it to you guys, but I was like, you know what? I think I can trust Jason Alexander because he's not on Twitter very often anymore. So if he's going to post something like that, and didn't he break another?
I was going to say, I think the
death
last
a few
couple of
years ago?
times his tweets have gone viral, it's because he said RIP to someone else.
Yeah.
So Jason Alexander, George Costanza, is basically now death's harbinger. You certainly wouldn't look at him and think that that's what he was going to do, but that seems to be kind of the role he's settling into.
I'm a harbinger, Jerry.
I got to take a break here. Our buddy Roy Wood Jr. is in town this weekend to do hilarities. I always love talking to him, and so we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. I will have another Buzzard bike key for you in a little over an hour. That is something that we hope will you'll be the winner of our brand new custom Harley, courtesy of Budweiser and the Buzzard. And if you want to text for anything else in the break, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show.
The official show of those weirdos who ride shotgun with their bare feet on the dashboard.
You're a weirdo, but let's do this.
On 100.7
WMMS.
There's another $1,000 for you here in a few minutes. About 7, if I nail it right at 2:30. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Last handful of keywords for you this week, and then they will begin once again Monday morning with Rover. They are off all next week. We are off all next week, so it'll be some of shows here, but you will still get all of those keywords to hopefully get yourself $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So make sure that you're listening for those. Change something here very quickly that I just noticed I did not change. There we go. There we go.
Now
With the
people
ACS
know what
logo
show
up.
it is. Now they
we'll
can
know.
hear it.
Now they'll understand. Guardians are playing. They're getting going right now. Just started up against the Cubs at Wrigley. A last-minute loss after an amazing 10th inning home base steal from J-Ram. They still lost to the Kansas City Royals, thereby depriving them of the sweep. But they are starting up against the Cubs, who, again, are not a great team either this season. They are below 500. But the Guardians will be back home to host the Atlanta Braves on Monday. I'll have a Buzzard bike key for you a little bit later on. Dieter is doing another key stop where you'll have a whole bunch of chances to get keys. He's going to be at the Happy Moose this afternoon out in Menor from 5 to 7. If you want to hook up with him, he's going to have a bunch of chances over the course of those 2 hours. If you haven't yet gotten your shot at one of the keys for this custom Harley we're giving away, he will have plenty of those for you. Guardians also announced that they are going to become the 12th Major League Baseball team to start wearing a jersey patch, a sponsor patch. Did you see that?
Yeah, a marathon, which blends right in with the jersey.
Does it?
Perfect colors, yeah.
The blue and the red?
The blue and the red.
All right.
The blue's a little bit different. The red's pretty spot on, but it doesn't look terrible on there. And also, that marathon emblem is such a, like, they never changed it, and I'm so glad they didn't, because it's just like a classic, it's a block M, but I like that marathon emblem.
I didn't realize that Marathon Petroleum Company was based in Ohio. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, or probably.
Sure it does.
Or so you are hip to the Marathon logo and the fact that they never changed it.
Yeah, just because there was a marathon station near my house growing up, and we'd always stop there to get gas on the way home when I was young and lived in Berea, and I just always thought it was like a cool, like, basic logo. Like, there was just something about it that I just like, oh, that's kind of a timeless look.
Yeah. All right. Well, then Bill Squire's happy. Got that.
I mean, if you're gonna put something like that on there, like, there's some logos that are a little loud, and they're gonna, like the Cliffs logo that's on the Cavs jersey right now.
Right.
I liked the Goodyear one, the wings.
Yeah.
That wasn't too bad, but the Cliffs logo is just kind of meh.
Okay.
It's just, I'm not a designer, but I have appreciation for good design. So
okay.
I think
you have an eye for it.
No, I just appreciate it, because I don't even know. I know what I like, and I like that marathon logo.
Well, they've signed a deal with them through 2026.
Yeah.
So there you go. I didn't realize that Marathon Oil was it's based in Findlay, Ohio. I didn't know that. We had, I don't know if they have them out here. We had Valero growing up.
Oh, they
have
got some
Valero
Valeros
out here.
Yeah,
Do
we
they?
have some.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as of yet, no Valero logos on anybody's jerseys. So there you go. That's the big news out of the Guardians camp today. Marathon Petroleum. Well, you figure those outfits are probably petroleum based, right? Those synthetic fabrics.
Yeah, probably.
They all have petroleum in them.
Yep.
So maybe they'll get some free jerseys out of the deal. Any chance we'll get some free jerseys out of the deal with the Marathon patch?
Maybe.
As we are the FM flagship for the Cleveland Guardians?
There's always a chance.
It's something to think about. The Padres, Mets, Red Sox, Angels, blah, blah, blah. They've all got patches going. I don't know whose patches are on those, but we've got Marathon Oil. The Cincinnati Reds, they've got a jersey patch sponsor for something. Do they put it on the shoulder?
Yeah.
They put it on the chest?
It's on the left arm.
Okay.
The left sleeve.
The Cincinnati Reds have the Kroger logo.
See, that I wouldn't like as much. Like the Marathon one, I'd rather they don't have the patch, but if they're going to do this, the Marathon one is fine. The Kroger one, I'd be like, what the hell?
$5 million a year Kroger pays for that. Cincinnati Reds. The Boston Red Sox have Mass Mutual, which is an insurance company. And so, yeah, it really runs the gamut. I mean, I guess if you got to do something. The Padres have Motorola, which is not even a San Diego company, but they've got that there on the shoulder. So there you go. Whatever. Let me give you this money here. It is $1,000. It's a chance for you to get some money in your pocket going into the holiday weekend, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. Poundcake, did you and McBoyfriend do something last night, or am I misremembering history?
We did not do anything last night.
Oh, I thought you guys were doing something last night.
What did I do? Oh, no, I went to Orange Theory last night.
How's that going?
Good. I'm tired.
Tired?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Well, because, I mean, it's just a long day.
I understand.
It's not Orange Theory's fault, but literally from 8 to 9 is like my day.
8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah, it's a long day, and then ending it with a workout. I bet you sleep good.
Well, no, I mean, I do and I don't. Like, it just depends on how early I have to get up. Like, days when I do it on, like, a weekend or something, yes, I sleep really good.
I mean, like, you probably fall asleep quickly, though.
No, because I still have, like, adrenaline going.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm like...
You're riled up.
I can't go to sleep for at least, like, maybe 2 hours after.
Well, I mean, at 9 o'clock, so you're in bed by 11
I know,
or midnight.
But you guys know me. I'm like, well, I did everything else for everyone. I had an hour a day, or I have this hour to exercise, and then when I get home, I'm like, I'm going to do something for me. I'm going to watch a show. I'm going to eat a snack.
Sorry. Is the thought here that you spend your entire day doing things for other people all day long?
I was like, I'm working for the
did
man.
everything for everybody else. I need an hour to myself? Who are you doing things for?
I'm working for the man. I'm paying the bills.
You're getting
paid.
You mean your jobs?
Yes.
Right. I see.
So, therefore...
I thought you meant you were running like a food kitchen or something out of your...
I'm giving of myself
house.
all day.
You're not, but you're being paid.
But I'm still giving of myself.
Well, giving of yourself implies like a volunteer spirit, or that's giving of yourself.
Giving of my energy,
is
of
not
my talents.
But you're being compensated for that. You're being paid. Those are like if you're giving of yourself, that's with no expectation of compensation. I think that's if Bill and I are giving of ourselves, they go, hey, would you guys like to work at the soup kitchen? And, of course, I'll go on a lengthy tirade about why is it just soup? And then they'll say, forget it. We'll just have Bill do it.
And I'll do it because I am always giving of
He's
myself.
always giving of himself, right.
This latest breakup has made me realize that I am much kinder and more... I don't know, generous than most people.
Than most people?
Yeah.
Most people?
That's what I'm being told.
How have you come to that conclusion?
Just because of the situation we're in. I'm just, I don't want to get into the details of it.
Well, no, but I brought it up. You established that you broke up with your girlfriend.
Yes.
And so now you're saying that this relationship or the breakup has made you realize that you are more generous than most people.
Yeah.
Not more generous than you thought you were, than most people.
Yeah.
There's some really generous people out there.
Right, but not most people.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Just for the amount that I
And what
gave,
was it that brought you to this conclusion?
Well, just how much I took care of certain things and how.
You mean you didn't just kick her ass out?
I didn't just kick her ass out. I helped her financially. Like there's a lot that I've done, not just for her, but for lots of people. And a lot of people aren't willing to do that. For
Maybe
other people.
Maybe people feel like they can take advantage of your generosity.
And that's why I'm setting some hard boundaries now, because I feel like I have been taken advantage of in certain situations, and I need to stop doing that because it's not fair to myself.
See, Poundcake, when people talk about their job, people say, "Where do you work?" They don't say, "Where do you go every day to give of yourself?" If it's a job, you're being paid to do that, right?
Okay, well, still, I still feel like most of my day is working and providing a life for myself. But then when it comes to like living that life during the week, it is pretty much non-existent. I don't want to hang out with friends. Even my boyfriend, I'm like, listen, I'm done at 9. There's not much for you to do. I'm not even going to want to have sex, so just wait till the weekend.
And you don't even have kids.
Correct.
You're a single dude.
Yeah.
Imagine if you had kids.
Yeah, I know.
Holy Christ.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
those people are giving of themselves.
You do work long hours.
You
do work.
Well, yeah, he's got this job. He's got a morning job. Yeah, I get it.
And days that I don't work out, I'm like, okay, we can do something, but still, like, even without going to the gym, it's a long day.
Right.
That was the whole point.
But you do the morning job from home.
Correct, but it's still I'm
still work.
working.
It's still brain
right,
power.
but you're at home.
Correct, but for the longest time I was going in. So that working from home is just a recent development. And you know, I'm grateful for that, but it doesn't help me with my whole health situation any better because I'm exercising less now. Like I was already sitting on my ass in the office, but I had to physically get up and go to the office, and you know, I would walk around and get water and various juices. And now I'm not even doing that.
Hey, where's Cody? Now he's relegated to just being in his own fridge looking for various juices. He can't even walk around the office anymore.
I'm moving from the bed to the kitchen. And then, you know, I'm probably ordering something on Uber Eats if I don't have anything in my fridge. So I'm making less moves. It's not like I can stop working out. Like I need those hours. I need that hour.
He's making money moves.
And what I learned, Bill's learning a lot from his breakup. I'm learning a lot from my relationship. I realized that I've become a family guy. I have spent more.
Like Peter Griffin?
Yes. Like between his family and my family, we have spent a lot of time with our family on the weekends, more so than I have ever in my entire life. It's been a year since I went to Vegas with my family. Like it popped up on my timeline, and that was like out of the ordinary because we don't travel anywhere. Now we're having get-togethers every other week. My brother's birthday is Sunday, and you know we're having family game night, and I'm bringing him, and he's bringing a dish. I'm like, what is this? Who am I?
You're growing up.
I don't like it. It's out of my comfort zone.
You're not. But what's the matter with you? You're supposed to be out of your comfort zone.
I don't like it.
People are too much in their comfort zone.
Yes, but I'm uncomfortable.
Comfort is the enemy of creativity. What are you talking about?
What if I'm so uncomfortable and not creative?
Well, I can't help you with that. But no, it's good. I mean, you're evolving into other things.
Gross.
And even if it doesn't go the way you want it to go, it's still something that you can take with you into the next thing, right? You just accumulate bit by bit, hopefully all of these positive attributes, and then you finally get to maybe a person down the road, and they're like, man, you're the whole package.
Perhaps. But yeah, like, again, I'm learning just because I knew from the very beginning, like, with this whole relationship, he was okay with, like, moving in. And he was in a relationship for, like, 18 years before he got with me. So
18 years?
18 years. He was in a relationship for 18 years before we started dating.
Wow.
Yeah, he had only been single for 2 years when he met me.
Ooh, so is he trying to wife you up or what?
I mean, we see each other. There's not a day that goes by that we don't talk, and then you know we see each other on the weekend. I just know.
18 years.
When Friday.
Poundcake, we talk every day. That means nothing.
I don't say, ooh, baby, I love you. Can't wait to see you later.
You do,
well,
too.
he tells me that, but he doesn't tell you
Yeah, you
that.
don't say that to me, but I know you say it to Alan, even if it's under your breath. I love you, Daddy.
Because
I love you, microphone daddy.
I don't have to send him words. I could just send him the devil face emoji, and he knows what that means. It's Mr. Nasty Time.
Mr. Nasty Time. 18 years. 18 years.
Yeah.
Spherical Man on going back to the patches. It said, a Chad Kroger patch? Look at this sponsor patch. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
There it is.
Very funny.
No, the supermarket chain, you silly goose.
A Chad Kroger patch would be amazing.
I'll tell you what.
Like that, whatever a musician is willing to shell out $5 million a year to just have a patch on a baseball team would be amazing.
Have
he
his
could afford
face,
it for sure.
Yeah, have his face on like the Toronto Blue Jays or the Seattle Mariners. I don't know what his sports allegiances are, but
I mean, he's Canadian, so I imagine it's
Blue Jays. Yeah, but I think he's from the other
west
end
side,
of the
So it might be Seattle.
Who knows?
He's probably an Expos guy, and then they got moved.
Yeah. Well, when they had Andre Dawson, we were all Expos fans. But, yeah, that would be great. Just $5 million a year, and you have your face in caricature on a Major League Baseball team's. And again, Chad Kroger, God bless that guy. Those guys have laughed all the way to the bank. And that guy can write a hell of a song, though. I'll tell you that. I'm no Nickelback fan, but guy's a hell of a songwriter. Just he knows how to write a meat and potatoes song.
He writes hits.
He writes hits.
He
People
writes
can
hits.
pump their fist to it or whatever. Whatever you want to pump
Hits
to.
and riffs. The Chad Kroger story.
Poundcake's got a McBuffer for all these family events.
A McBuffer?
That's what this person.
Yeah, 'cause you have
McBoyfriend. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. Doesn't Poundcake work the same as anybody with a full-time job?
No.
No, it's...
And not only
You're doing about 12-hour days every day.
I was going to say, not only do I work 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, I guarantee you I probably make less than what the full-time person makes. I don't get the benefits. I don't get the PTO or vacation time. So
that adds to the stress for sure.
You guys can, I'll just leave it at that.
So think of it that way.
Don't come at me.
His indentured servitude is a little bit less beneficial than even if you're working the same 12 hours. You're probably making more money and getting some paid time off.
Yeah, there's incentives. That's why I say I'm giving of myself. Literally, I'm giving of myself.
I mean, it's come full circle.
I'm your little helpful Brown. Don't you forget it.
I never will. Never, ever will. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
All 4th of July weekend. The Buzzard is is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. Guardians are playing as we speak in Chicago. First of 3 against the Cubs. No score after 2 innings. They'll be back here at home on Monday to host the Atlanta Braves, who are a very good baseball team right now. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. And then they will host the Kansas City Royals, who they just finished playing in Kansas City last night. Then they go to Texas and Pittsburgh and blah, blah, blah. But you'll hear all of it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app if you're interested in that. We have a lot of bureau chiefs around the United States and Canada who listen to this show on the app. If you are one of them, tell me where you listen. Melissa listens in Seattle. Tom is in D.C. Victor's in Santa Ana, California. We have a lot of people in Jersey. I was reading about a guy who chopped down his neighbor's trees. And he knew, first of all, super, super dick move to chop down. I don't even know, like, how you come to this conclusion. There's a guy in New Jersey who was mad that his neighbor's trees blocked his view of New York City, right across the river, wants to look across the river at New York, and he chopped down 32 of his neighbor's trees. Sorry, he did this
32.
He did this illegally, but he did the math on it, or what he thought was the math on it. This guy had 32 mature trees. These were not saplings. These were not bushes. Big trees. Because he wanted his view of New York City to be unimpeded. The fine for that is usually $1,000 per tree. So this guy was willing to pay $32,000 in fines. Again, I don't know how you would come to that conclusion and say, I'm just going to chop down my neighbor's trees. Anyway, he got the math wrong because there's a provision in the local law that requires replacing trees. And they have to be the same size. And because these were old, big, mature trees, it's going to cost him about $1.5 million.
Oh, no.
Instead of $32,000.
Oops.
$1.5 million.
Yeah. So I guess the story came from a guy who...
He's got that view now.
He was this guy who was tweeting about a friend of his who is a municipal arborist. You know, people who do the trees for the city. And a guy told him the story about how he chopped down his neighbor's trees. He hired a guy who hired another guy. Cut him down. Again, imagine you come home and your trees are cut down and the neighbor, it's going to cost the neighbor money, but I don't even understand the thought process here. I don't get the thought process.
I don't think he cared that the neighbor was mad. He was like, well, whatever, call the police.
Well, I assume the
on me.
neighbor was out of town or something. Maybe it's a summer home. I don't know the situation. This guy was just kind of recounting.
Was he guaranteed, like, air rights or something? I learned that from burlesque.
What?
Well, if he had air rights, then the guy wouldn't be able to grow the trees in the first place.
What are air rights?
Air rights are like, so
It's
if
like
you buy
view rights, basically.
If you buy a condo and when you bought it, you were guaranteed an ocean view, like you bought it because and another condo across the street, impedes on that view, you're entitled to some type of compensation. Or something.
God, one of my friends, we were very, very. She was one of my inner circle until she ghosted me about 5-6 years ago. I still don't know why, but she was a deputy city planner for the city of Chicago. And they were always putting condos up on the lakefront. And she would be constantly fielding calls from people screaming who bought lakefront condos. Mm-hmm. And then a building she would just say, she goes, the city of Chicago does not guarantee a lake view. So that, I guess, air rights falls in. I've never heard it referred to as air rights.
I learned it from burlesque.
Wow.
That's how the chick. Spoiler
Burlesque.
alert,
What's burlesque? A movie?
the movie with Christina Aguilera and Cher.
Okay.
And you save the girl that Christina plays saves the burlesque club by saying air rights, because there's this big guy, this big billionaire guy that wants to buy the club, and the club is going bankrupt because it's not getting enough people, and the guy just happens to own the business across the street, which is going to buy build a huge condo that impedes on the view. And so
I think this was also a storyline on Entourage or something.
Oh, yeah?
I've heard a similar story like this, and I've never seen Moulin Rouge.
Yeah, but it was burlesque.
Or burlesque.
But it was a loophole that ended up saving the day, and then she was, there to thought another day.
Wow. Well, that's important. When you are a thought, you want to be thoughtin' and bopping another day.
Showing all your
goodies.
All the goodies.
Yeah. Well, what I'm reading here is that air rights can become sticky can risk litigation for drone operators because you are technically on or near someone else's land. Must be tough for lawyers to keep up with this stuff. I know that
they probably love it because it
the
keeps
law,
them employed.
Well, but also, I mean, these are highly specialized areas too. I mean, you find a lawyer who specializes in air rights, but with technology moving the way it does and drones and things like that, that's got to be. Well, anyway, I assume that this neighbor in Jersey was on a vacation or something, because I don't know how the hell the guy cut down 32 trees. If you were home, you hear the chainsaw going off after the first tree, you go, "Hey, what the hell's going on down here?" "Oh, I want my view of New York City to be better." "You've got the good view. Your trees are in my way. I'm just gonna..." No, you can't do that. You can't. So I assumed the guy was gone. They have to build a road, remove the debris, plant huge trees, water them for 2 years. He was quoted $1.5 million. And additional fines totaling $400,000. I just don't know at what point you go, "I'm going to chop down." I remember when I was a kid, I don't remember if it was junior high or what it was, but this was all over the news. 1987, as I'm quickly Googling it here. So I was in high school. When Mr. T lived in Lake Forest, I went to college with one of his daughters. But in high school, he had moved his family to Lake Forest, Illinois, which is a very affluent community. And it's aptly named because it's a ton of trees. They called it the Lake Forest Chainsaw Massacre in the Sun-Times and in the Tribune. Mr. T bought a house in this wooded area, a heavily wooded area, and he cut down all the trees. He never said why he did it. But all the neighbors were flipping the F out. Probably they weren't too pleased with Mr. T living in their neighborhood in the first place, but he probably had way more money than they did too. He's from Chicago. He's a native and wanted to raise his kids in Lake Forest. But he whipped out his chainsaw and he chopped all the trees down. And so I remember the front page of the paper was him in his yard with just just dozens and dozens of giant stumps, just clear cutting all the trees. He had 7 acres. And the story was that he had allergies. And but they never really got around to figuring what was going on there. But it was such a huge, huge deal in the late 80s in that town because they prided themselves on being, a leafy, well-to-do suburb. And I don't think he still lives up there. But, and it's not like Mr. T had great taste because they would do pictorials of his house, too. And it was like
tacky
red shag carpeting and red toilets and, that kind of stuff. So
you're saying that's not good?
I'm saying money doesn't buy taste. That's why it's always good. Years ago, I remember they did I don't know if it was Architectural Digest. I don't know if it was that hoity-toity, but somebody did a thing on Jenna Jameson's Las Vegas mansion. And it was just god-awful. It was a lot of black and white and checkerboard tiles and things like that. Money doesn't buy taste. Just because rich people have money, you're smart if you can afford to hire a decorator. You know, somebody who they can tune into your taste and go, hey, maybe not black and red toilets. So, something to consider. I mean, they had a really hard time. I don't even know if it has sold. They had a really hard time selling Michael Jordan's estate because a lot of it was pretty gaudy. I mean, granted,
they're going to change everything anyway. That's what.
Well, but also if you have a giant iron gate with a 23 on it, I mean, it's a little tough. You know, there's indoor basketball courts, and you know, but it was on the market for a decade. Michael Jordan could not move this house. He cut the price in like he took a quarter of it off, and then he cut it in half, and then he was, you know.
I just Googled Lake Forest, Illinois, and it looks like the Hamptons of like Chicago.
All those North Shore suburbs are crazy, like
my goodness,
hospital-sized houses.
Yeah, huge Victorian homes, like just castles.
Wow.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm gonna have Erica like
do your house,
do my house, and like really make it. Because right now it's just it's a dude's place, but I also I value comfort so much over like nothing is worse than a couch that looks great but isn't fun to sit on.
Too stiff.
Yeah. Ugh. But I think Erica knows how to find like that balance.
Well, listen, that was usually the response or the criticism that I would always get in college. I was too stiff and no fun to sit on.
You still getting that? Still the same criticism.
No, I don't still get that. I'm very comfy. But, yeah. Bill, I have 2 words for you. Beanbag chairs. You're welcome.
Actually,
if you're looking for,
I wouldn't hate that.
Papasan chairs.
No, I don't like those ones.
You don't like those? You never had one of those when Pier 1 was at the height of their powers?
Yeah.
Never had a Papasan chair.
No, I'm leaning more towards those like
love sacks.
Like no, like the couches that are like a recliner and it's got all the cup holders and stuff.
A Craftmatic adjustable bed?
Not a Craftmatic, but
like the sectionals or the like movie theater seats?
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
which on my podcast we call those a virgin couch.
Why is that?
Just because it's not anything that a lady's going to be like, ooh.
Oh, look at this guy. He knows what's going on. Hey, Alan Arkin died. I learned this from one Bill Squire at about 2 this morning. And then I couldn't get...
I didn't wake you up, did I?
You did not. I was already awake. Okay. But I couldn't get any information on it.
Right.
And I saw a couple of people go, no, this is one of those celebrity hoaxes. But I'm like, well, Alan Arkin is not 30 years old. He's not Adam Sandler, back in the day. Turned out he was 89, and Alan Arkin, who was unbelievable in everything he was in. It was rare that he would play a bad guy in a movie, but like back in the day, he played a couple of bad guys. He won an Oscar for Little Miss Sunshine. He's in some of just my generally favorite movies. He's in Grosse Point Blank. He's in Glengarry Glen Ross. The movie where Al Pacino was the young hotshot salesman. That's how old that movie is. I think he was a bad guy in Wait Until Dark, where Audrey Hepburn's a blind woman. But he was in Argo, and when I was a kid, he was in a movie called The In-Laws with Peter Falk, and I just loved that movie.
He's in Edward Scissorhands, which I love him in that role, where he's the dad.
Right.
And he's just so... He can be such a different guy, because he can be very stern and mean. He can be very, like, bubbly, and I love Alan Arkin. Glengarry Glen Ross,
he was the police chief in So I Married an Axe Murderer. Remember that?
Yes,
where Anthony Apollia's like, I want a chief. He was super nice.
Yeah.
I want a chief who comes in and yells.
And then he does it for him. Yeah. And he's like, that was so good. Thank you so much.
Really? Because it felt a little over the top there.
I never chased a guy across a crowded city square. I've never hung on to that part of the helicopter. You know that part underneath the thing where it lands? Do you know that part?
Yes, I know that part.
I've never hung on to that. I've never even commandeered a vehicle.
Now that sounds like a lot of fun.
The other thing, you're too nice.
I'm too nice?
Yes, you're too nice. Why can't you be like the captain on Starsky and Hutch? You know, where you come in and you haul me into your office and you bawl me out because you're sick and tired of defending my screwball antics to the commissioner? Why can't you do that?
Well, the truth of the matter is I don't report to a commissioner. I report to a committee, some of whom are appointed, some elected, and the rest co-opted on a biannual basis. It's a quorum, so to speak.
Quorum? Yeah. Captain, when I joined the police force...
It's a quorum, so to speak.
And then he does commandeer. He commandeers a car, and it's Charles Grodin.
Right.
And that.
Let me get in. No.
No.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm not doing that.
So then he comes in and yells at him.
I hear from the boys upstairs you've been sticking your nose in a Ralph Elliott case.
Well, yes, Captain.
Don't yes, Captain, me! Stay out of this. This is strictly homicide.
But, Captain, I got this friend. Right?
We all got these friends. I'm warning you, Giardino. Back off, Italian boy. Keep away from this one. It's too big for you.
Wait a minute, Captain. Wait a minute. Trust me on this one. I know what I'm talking about. What's the news?
Oh, you want to hear the news? Well, here's the news. It seems that the old lady that confessed to the murder of Ralph Elliott has also confessed to a couple of other murders.
I knew she would. I knew
Yeah,
it.
right. Well, she's confessed to the murders of Abraham Lincoln, Warren G. Harding, and Julius Caesar. She's a nutcase. A nutcase.
Oh, my God. I gotta go.
You screw this one up, pal, and you'll be writing parking tickets for the rest of your life. You got that?
Captain, I won't let you down. Good for you. That was so much better.
Yeah, you like
really
it?
terrific.
Yeah, you like it?
The beginning felt pretty good.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it was great.
I think my first exposure to Alan Arkin that I can really remember was he played Peavy in The Rocketeer. And I was nine years old when that movie came out, and I loved that movie. I still love that movie. I think it's one of the best comic book adaptations of all time.
Billy Campbell in that.
Yeah. It's such a good movie. And who played the bad guy? It's he was a James Bond.
Pierce Brosnan, Timothy Dalton?
Dalton, yeah. Timothy Dalton's the bad guy, a young Jennifer Connelly.
Oh,
And-
there's nothing better than
yeah.
a young Jennifer Connelly.
And
Pardon me.
Alan Arkin played Peavy, the mechanic that figured out how to get this thing to work, the rocket pack to work.
Yeah.
He was awesome in that, and just a great movie, and he's so good in it.
He came out of Second City. He started in comedy, and then he won the Oscar for Little Miss Sunshine. He born in Brooklyn, but his family moved to L.A. when he was 11. But his parents were communists, so they got fired from their teaching jobs in the 50s because of the whole McCarthyist thing and all that. So he grew up very, very poor. His son Adam grew up to be an actor and a director. I think his other kids are in the business too. Didn't say how he died, just that he died. He was 89 years old.
Oh, he's in Gattaca?
Gattaca. He's in it. Yeah, all
He's
these
in a
great
million
movies.
but
Yeah.
like Gattaca is one of those movies that I
It's
don't
ahead
think a
of
lot
its
of
time.
people, a lot of people liked, but I really love that movie.
Gattaca's great. No, when I was a kid in the early days of HBO, when they only had about a couple of dozen movies, there was The In-Laws, which I think they remade with Michael Douglas a few years ago and Albert Brooks. But The In-Laws was Peter Falk and Alan Arkin. And then a movie called Choo Choo and the Philly Flash that nobody will remember unless you're like my age. But Choo Choo and the Philly Flash was Alan Arkin, Carol Burnett, a bunch of Danny Aiello when he was a lot younger. It was just this goofy movie that I loved. So I was like 10 or 11, but loved that movie. But Alan Arkin's dynamite. And Grosse Point Blank and, just all these movies. Great.
Yeah, he was just one of the best.
And
just like such a long career, too.
Yeah.
I mean, from the 50s to, he was still working up until last year.
Yeah, 2022 was the last movie on his, I think, on his IMDb.
He was just doing voice work, but still. But he did a bunch of episodes of the Kaminsky Method. Like, he kept working, and always great.
Poundcake, your favorite Alan Arkin movie?
All the ones you said, they're all great.
Poundcake liked Argo, I think. That was his favorite. He loved Argo. He's got to be in a movie Poundcake knows, though.
Oh, for sure.
He'll go, oh, that's the guy from...
So let me Google it.
It would be probably mid-90s Alan Arkin.
I would say late
90s?
Minions.
Yeah.
Well, that's a voice, yeah. But you wouldn't recognize... If you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't recognize his voice.
Did you see Little Miss Sunshine?
Yeah, I did.
He was on episode of Will and Grace.
He was in the Santa Claus 3, the one that Martin Short was in.
I was just going to say that. What did he play in the Santa Claus 3?
He was Bud Newman. I don't know who that is, but
Okay.
he was in the terrible Steve Carell Get Smart. He was like the only good part of Get Smart. He was the chief. He's in the Muppets when they rebooted the Muppet movie about 10 years ago with Jason Segel.
Oh, he did a live adaptation of Dumbo.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you watch that?
No.
No, I don't.
But I didn't even know they made a live version.
With Michael Keaton, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't see it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
so-
Alan Arkin was great. This weekend or week, watch an Alan Arkin movie.
No.
I'm talking to the audience.
Yeah, watch So I Married an Axe Murderer. That is a fantastic movie.
I don't see Poundcake liking that movie.
I want him to watch it.
It's almost too absurd. But watch it. You might like it.
You might like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I got the Buzzard bike key for you when we get back from this break. One of these keys, out of all the people who win them, one of them is going to fire up our custom Harley that we're giving away, courtesy of Budweiser. Dieter is going to be doing a key drop this afternoon. If you want to get out, he's going to have, I think, about a dozen keys to give away. He's going to be at the Happy Moose in Menor from 5 to 7 if you're looking for a way to get the weekend going with maybe a key for the Buzzard bike. So we'll do that one coming back. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.
Vaginal farts are wonderful things.
What's too painful to remember? We simply choose to.
And what they've done is put a tiny camera into the end of the dildo that hooks up to your TV. Some people like it when their partner pees on their face. Oh my, I've sprung a leak. Oh man, I'm a pervert.
You are a pervert, Sue.
Vaginal farts are wonderful things.
Oh, boy. Anyway, Sue Johansen. There's a documentary called Sex with Sue, I think, that's available through some Canadian production company. It's worth looking into. That I think her daughter, one of her children, might have put together a number of years ago that's worth
She said it was
checking out on your own. It was very matter of fact.
There's
people would call with all. I had to chop around that obviously, but I mean, people would call with all manner of questions, and I think it was a different time too because or they had a real
internet,
but they had
early internet.
They must have had a really good screener because you never got the sense that people were trolling her.
No,
and a show like that now it would have been all trolls, you know. But people were calling, and maybe because it was Canadian too, they were just nicer. But it was like a Sunday night public access show in Toronto, and people would call and go, hey, my girlfriend and I, blah, blah, blah. She talked to gay kids. She talked to dudes. She talked to, you know, it didn't matter. And it was always, she had her own line of sex toys. Somebody must have sold her on that idea because she ended up with some company that was selling a line of ourpleasure.ca, a Canadian company. She had something called the Sue Johansen Superhead Honcho, which was a male. It was a male masturbator.
There was just things.
It was a suction chamber up there in Canada. They're still available online for $41.99. It's got her face on it.
It's gonna be the pet name for my next girlfriend.
Superhead Honcho, suction chamber. Courtesy of Sue Johansen.
Who's daddy's little suction chamber.
There you go.
There was just things I didn't understand about it. Like there was a call that she got one time from a lady, and she was like, "When I orgasm, she's like, I pushed my husband away." She's like, I was like, "What?" She's like, "Oh, you mean when you reach the top of the mountain, you just, you know, in the mix of your climax, you push your husband away? Yeah, that's something." I was like, "So that's like a thing? People push."
Everything's a thing. Well, listen, because sometimes when you're every part of you is a raw nerve, you don't want somebody still touching you.
Mm-hmm.
She was like,
so that's probably what she meant by that. She's like, "Don't get off me, don't touch me," you know. But Sue Johansen also, it was very kind of mechanical. She had her information. So if people didn't call her with psychological things, at least not that I recall. They were all pretty mechanical. They were like, "Hey, my boyfriend likes to do this thing. Should I let him do this thing?" And she'd go, "Well, here's why you might not want to do that."
There's feces in there.
Right.
Vaginal farts are wonderful things. That rectum has feces in there.
But I mean, back in the day, I had a ton of clips of her. And she was great. So she passed away at 93 in a long-term care facility home north of Toronto.
Oh my, I've sprung a leak. Oh man, I'm a pervert.
I don't know if she was on before or after Real Sex on HBO.
After. I think Real Sex was like a 90s, early 2000s show, wasn't it?
Well, it was. I was old enough.
But she started. I mean, her America show was 2000s, but
yeah, it was
I think
a long
she was
time
on
ago.
in Canada in the 90s, right?
Yeah. Real Sex was a production of HBO in 1990.
But how long did it run till? Because they must have been playing
30,
reruns.
only 33 well, it said 33 episodes between 1990 and 2009.
Okay,
So that, I mean, it was on a long period of time, but
Yeah, they were. There was a period in time where we were getting free free movie channels on our TV, like with our cable package. We got HBO, we got Showtime, and I don't think we got Cinemax, but I know it was HBO for sure, and then Showtime, because Showtime is what Queer as Folk was on, and I was far too young to be watching that show. And it would come on maybe at like 2 or 3 a.m. and it would be during the summer, and I would be watching Queer as Folk, and then Real Sex would be on HBO, and then Talk Sex with Sue was on. So that's where I gained all my knowledge from, but I still was so naive because it still scared me when a girl, did the little thing.
I always thought what was funny about Queer as Folk is it was set in Pittsburgh, and not one of those dudes is walking around in a Steelers jersey, which is what you would see a lot in gay bars in Pittsburgh was guys in Steelers jerseys.
Because they want to be bros?
I guess. No, I didn't watch Real Sex. They had a spin-off for a hot minute called Pornocopia. I remember watching that.
Oh, I remember Pornocopia.
Remember Pornocopia? Yeah. That was mostly talking to, like, porn actresses, whereas Real Sex, I think, was civilians. But, and then Taxi Cab Confessions was one, too. Where
that one.
They had to have people sign releases because they would tell them afterwards, hey, instead of Cash Cab, it was like Smash Cab. Cubs have scored again, 6-0. Chicago Cubs on the top of the 5th over your Cleveland Guardians. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures come across, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, yeah, it's the good stuff. This is a Polish band called, you ready? Decapitated. They get right to the point, boy. They've been around a long time. Gonna play them tomorrow night. We do a metal show now here on the Buzzard called 2 Hours to Midnight. I am your host. I'm joined by Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 10 o'clock to midnight normally. If the Guardians game runs long tomorrow night, we will be on right after. But we'll play that by request. We'll play some local music from Atomic Witch and Nameless. Play some classic metal, brand new stuff. And your requests. So it's a lot of fun. I was talking to Brian Matze, who is the producer for our Cleveland Guardians games. And he was like, hey, I'm digging the metal show. And I said, yes, thank you. It's a lot of fun. So tomorrow night will be the latest episode of that, 10 to midnight here on MMS. Anything you ever want to submit, whether it's your own band or just a band you dig, you can email to htm@wmms.com. Why do I still hear it? I'm not playing it anymore. Or am I? Oh, yeah. I don't know if when I have things with these new studios, when I have things all the way down, I can still hear them. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, sometimes I can.
Yeah, it's weird. I have to, like, turn it off instead of just potting it all the way down. Anywho. So either 10 o'clock tomorrow night or immediately after Guardians post game, if that game goes long, here on the Buzzard. No 2 hours to midnight next Saturday because I'm out of town all week. But we will have a show for you tomorrow night, and then we'll return on July the 15th. Comedian Roy Wood Jr. is going to join us shortly. Love seeing him. He is at Hilarities this weekend.
I'm going to be hosting the Saturday show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Found that out.
So we'll catch up with him. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of Ohio, tell me where. Jonathan's in Memphis, Tennessee. Jordan listens in St. Louis. Charity is a bureau chief in Parachute, Colorado. Matthew's in El Paso. We have a lot of listeners in the great city of Houston, Texas. That's where your sister lives, yeah?
Yeah.
I can never remember if it's Houston or San Antonio. We
Houston.
have Austin and Trey and Mufasa, and we have a lot of people who listen in Houston. And that city currently is being racked by scandal. And not just any scandal, a massive Post Malone promotional cup heist. You know, people go, how did Post Malone get so much money? Because he does collaborations with anyone who asks, right? Actually, I'm surprised I thought he would have more money. I was reading a thing. They said that Post Malone's net worth is $45 million. That sounded low to me. There's people I've never heard of who have like $80, $90 million net worths because they just do nonstop collabs.
But he hasn't been out that long.
They're not making, well, long enough though. I mean, they've, you know, these people aren't making tons of money on their actual music because that's real hard to do now.
Yep.
They make it on the collabs. So
collabs and tours. Yeah.
Collabs and tours. That's right. So anyway, Post Malone was doing a promotional campaign with Raising Cane's, the chicken finger joint.
Yeah.
I still have never been to Raising Cane's.
There's one outside Orange Theory, and there have been times where
there where you go right after, just undo all your work.
Sometimes I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, I literally am leaving. I'm going to get Raising Cane, so I drive around the block so they don't see me leaving class. Then go into Orange Theory.
You go the long way.
I go all the way around.
He like bangs on the service entrance. I don't want anybody seeing me.
I get like, oh yeah, I just had a crazy hard workout. I'm like, can I get the 6-finger combo, please? Oh, you guys got coleslaw and a large drink, but no ice, though.
It's like when you're a kid hanging outside the party store asking an older dude to get you beer. Poundcake's like, hey, man, go get me some chicken fingers, will you?
I've been so embarrassed. I told him.
Just get it delivered to Orange Theory next time.
No.
6-piece chicken fingers for Cody. The whole class turns around. Not me. Must be another Cody in here. No, I haven't had Raising Cane's yet.
It's pretty decent.
Is it my understanding that they have one sauce? And it's supposed
no,
to be
they have. I think they have multiple sauces, but they have their own specialty sauce.
They do have their
like
own
people
sauce.
like.
Because there's
It's
another
really salty.
There's
I
another
like-
chain out by me called Slim Chickens, and
Haven't
so
had that
all
one.
these places are doing chicken. I'm like, I can't believe how are there that many chickens that these places can just nonstop. Anyway, so Raising Cane's, they've really blown up over the past few years, and what better way to keep yourself in the public consciousness with certain demographics than collaborating with Post Malone? And like I said, he does a lot of these. He did he had his own line of Crocs for people who cared about that, and so he made some money doing that. And he's got a collaboration with Raising Cane's that are going to be these Post Malone plastic cups that were going to be sent out. Well, somebody at one of the locations in Houston, Texas, robbed the Raising Cane's of all the Post Malone cups and is putting them on eBay. And they're trying to flip these cups. The limited supply of Post Malone cups. I don't even know if they're out. Houston sounds like a market. They probably roll them out early. I don't know if they've got them at the Raising Cane's in Northeast Ohio.
The pre-release of the Post Malone cups.
Yeah, the pre-post.
The pre-Post Malone.
That's right. So this particular Raising Cane's location filed a police report and said that almost 300 cups had been stolen with an estimated worth of about $6,000. And so now they're trying to track down these cups. A couple of them they found on eBay. But boy, if you can flip those cups, if you can charge people more than what they're worth,
and it's all profit.
It's a nice little payday
when they're
for you.
stolen, it's all profit.
That's right.
Even if they're going for $5.
So remember that, kids. If they're stolen, it's pure profit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if I remember he was on Jimmy Fallon and people were laughing because he said that Olive Garden was his favorite restaurant. I don't know if they ever did an official thing with him. But, he's a family man. He's married. He's got a kid. He already has his own personal brand of wine. And so that's got to be a nice
Port
thing.
Malone.
Bill Squire at Hilarities this weekend.
Just Saturday.
Bill Squire at Hilarities tomorrow night. Both shows?
Both shows.
Both shows. Was that 7:30 and 9? 7 and 9:30?
7 and 9:45.
7 and 9:45. All right. Is he bringing his own middle or what's happening there?
Who was? Let me see the name. Get some insider info. It is Chastity Washington is the feature.
All right.
Inside sources.
Quality. So they're in Houston, Texas. They are contending with, it's a town. H-Town's got its share of issues with law enforcement. And just to throw onto the pile, the Post Malone heist. Our friends in the Insane Clown Posse are both making news for different things. Isn't The Gathering coming up? We talk about that
August,
Is it in August? I thought it was like in a couple of weeks.
It might be. I don't know. I don't have my ear to the ground when it comes to The Gathering.
Gathering of the Juggalos 2023 is July. It's next week.
Okay.
It's
Well,
the
there you
5th through the 8th. Out in Thornville,
You're gonna
Legend
miss it
Valley.
you're gonna be in Vegas.
I'm gonna be in Vegas. God, I'm missing He Is Legend. Great band we're gonna play for in the metal show tomorrow night. They're doing the Winchester next week. I'm missing I don't know. I'm missing The Gathering. But I'll tell you what, I have an unbroken record of missing The Gathering. And so I've got that going for me. But Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope, tripping as always.
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
They do be tripping. Shaggy 2 Dope going to be coming back to Northeast Ohio this fall. He's doing a thing at the Foundry on October the 6th. Violent J has got a reality show because his girlfriend, I thought maybe he's recently divorced because I thought Violent J was like a married dude with kids or whatever. And maybe at one point he was. But then he lost all that weight. And you know what that means. You start looking around and you go, I might be Violent J, but I ain't Chubby J anymore. He's got a reality show because his girlfriend is 21 years younger than he is. He's 51. Simply no way to know how old that makes her. But again, it's not like she's 21. She's 21 years younger than him, which makes her 30. Is my math correct on that? Does that make her 30 if she's 21 years younger than him and he's 51?
I think you nailed it.
So he's 51, because I just turned 52 last week. So he's around my age. So if he's 51 and she's 21 years his junior, so 51, carry the 6 minus 51, and then that would make her 30 years old, I believe. So it's not like it's controversial that he's dating a teenager. Oh, there it is in the headline, his new 30-year-old girlfriend.
Hey,
well, it did the math for me, and I didn't even cheat. Oh, that's great. The show is called Love, Don't Judge.
On Twitter, someone just submitted a new Post Malone wine that I think is better than Port Malone.
Mm-hmm.
Post Merlone.
They're
Good
both
job,
great.
Jamie.
Hey,
That was
Port
it.
Malone is great,
Yeah.
and what was it?
Post Merlone.
Merlone. They're all, those are both great. Love, Don't Judge is the new reality show. Now, granted, I'm sure he met her at the gathering or something. She's kind of got that look. She's probably not a Fortune 500 CEO or anything like that,
Yeah,
but
she might be.
She might be.
The juggalos come in all types.
They really do. They be tripping, but they come in all
Juggalos
types.
be tripping, yo.
He met her online as a fan. It says, I was on Instagram flipping through, he said, and every time I'd see a hottie, I'd hit follow. This sounds like he got divorced.
Yeah.
Or he's just
Why
very,
he
very,
got divorced.
very, very open about the fact that he's. And she was one of my top 2 favorite hotties, he said. He eventually slid into her DMs. I'll tell you what, if you're a fan and then the guy, but that's a weird line to walk too, because on the one hand, you kind of want to maintain some mystique, because there's no quicker way to get taken off of your pedestal than for somebody to get to know you. That will take you off your pedestal really, really quickly. And so this girl's like, I love the Insane Clown Posse, blah, blah, blah. And then Violent J hits you up, and she's like, oh, my God, there's going to be that initial heat. But then the more you get into it and the more you familiarize yourself with each other, I mean, he's always going to have there's always going to be, he's doing what he's doing, and she'll see him perform on stage, and that's always hot. But the more you know someone, the more that shine kind of comes off the situation.
And the Cubs scored again, 7-0.
All right. There you go. Eventually, he slid into her DMs. One thing led to another. He said, I just put my claim on it. I said, this is my new real estate, and I'm moving the F in. All right. Well, that's how he operates. It says they faced backlash for their 21-year-old age gap. But again, it would be different if she was 21. She's 30.
She's 30 years old. Yeah.
30, right.
You're going to face backlash no matter what.
She said the first time she saw him in his juggalo makeup, it was a little weird for her. I prefer him without the face paint, she said.
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
Wait, so she is a fan, but she didn't see him in his face paint first?
I'm confused by that, too. I don't know. She has become well-known for her unconventional taste in partners. She was in a relationship with a 70s child star named Mason Reese. Anybody remember Mason Reese?
Do not.
Mason Reese, if you Google him, is a very strange-looking person. He was in commercials as a kid. He was like this chubby, long-haired ginger, and he would do like cereal commercials. And just Google Mason Reese and see him all grown up. I don't know if he's got some kind of condition. He does look like that, but she dated him for a while. And she said she was on a quest to find a guy over 50 because she just likes how they look. And she also dated the bagel boss guy. Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah. Wow.
The tiny guy that was
Little
screaming
guy,
at
yeah.
people? Yeah, in New York for a while. So the Gathering of the Juggalos is next week. It's the 5th through the 8th out there in Thornville, which I think is east of Columbus. And if you're going,
Juggalos be trippin', yo.
maybe you'll run into who could eventually become Mrs. Violent J. I don't know.
9-0 Cubs.
What?
Yeah.
Are the Guardians just watching
I don't know what they're doing. They're doing bad.
9-0?
I don't want to date anybody who dated Mason Reese.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
why
you'll
do
have
you?
to worry about
I
it.
just never cared what people did before me. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
If they like you now, like, I don't really have a type.
I don't want to be in the
And
same
anytime I
pool as
thought I
that.
did, I'd end up dating somebody that looked nothing what I thought like my type would be. So if they like you then, I mean, clearly she also seems to be dating people who are like known for something. Like, I don't think anybody was like, ooh, that bagel boss guy seems like a really level-headed dude. That guy seems like really good relationship material. But if she likes you now, who cares? So he's out there with ICP. I think Alien Ant Farm is one of their big marquee headliners. And then ICP is going to do the Blue Ridge Rock Festival in Virginia. They don't do, with the Gathering, they don't have to go out and do a whole lot of other kinds of shows, but every so often I think something will hit them the right way and they'll go do it. But here's what else you have to think. He said, hey, this chick was one of my top 2 hotties. Imagine the other top hottie who didn't get a DM from Violent J. How does she feel in the midst of all this? She's looking at this going, what the? I wanted to be the one who was getting picked. Did you Google Mason Reese?
Are you talking to me?
Anyone? Did either?
I did. That's why I said I don't want to
Yeah.
date anybody. I looked at him and he just. Ugh. Like,
Well,
if that-
he's a very
like,
strange.
If that's her type, then I'm like, damn, do I look like that? to
Well,
other
no, that's why
people?
I'm saying I don't think it's a physical type, but
She's like, he was nice. I'm like, yeah, but you saw that naked and you got turned on by that. So
Mhm.
I don't know. That is something I know it's not right because I'm sure the people I've been with, they probably tell their significant other like, oh yeah, I was with Poundcake, and they're probably like, okay, I don't want to date you anymore.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm well aware of that, but I'm not that guy, so I don't care. People may do it for me, but I don't care. I'm not that guy. Ugh.
Yeah, so Violent J was married, and he has 2 children with ex-wife Michelle Sugar Slam Rapp. So there you go. Yeah, because I would think you'd have to be a fan of that band, because if you're going to be hanging around, and no disrespect to Juggalos, but that can get to be a really, really wild scene. Even if the guys in the band aren't doing the stuff, the crowd is doing all kinds of crap.
For sure.
And the guys in ICP are like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we don't really mess around with anymore. We're just kind of doing our thing, and everybody's welcome, and blah, blah, blah.
Juggalos be trippin', yo.
But those juggalos and juggalettes, they be tripping. Yo. But if anybody can find happiness, why not them? I don't know if Shaggy 2 Dope is married. This is some juggalos that can get me hip to that. Or if any of these guys have slid into your DMs before. I don't know. But it's something to consider. Oh, Shaggy 2 Dope is married. And a couple of kids. My dad's in the Insane Clown Posse. They were an answer on Jeopardy the other night. There was a musical category, and I didn't think any of these people were going to get it. It was the same episode where there was a Cleveland Browns question, and there happened to be a contestant from Pittsburgh, and he was the only one who got it. The answer was something about the Cleveland Browns have this canine-themed fan base.
And people didn't get the dog pound?
Nope. No, because they're like a claims adjuster from California. He's not going to know what the Cleveland Browns fans are called. The dude from Pittsburgh knew, and that's probably the only reason he knew. And he also knew the Insane Clown Posse, where the other two people had no idea what was going on. And so therein lies the genius of that show. Because you want no one to get it so that the host has to go, that's the Insane Clown Posse. Next. Have they ever figured out about the magnets? I don't know that they ever have figured out about the magnets.
They don't want to know about the magnets.
They don't. Well, it sounds like they want to know. It's almost a rhetorical question.
The second, if you listen to the whole song, they don't want to know.
Water, fire, air, and dirt. In magnets, how do they work?
Alan, are you off all week pre-gaming for the gathering? No, I know. I'm going to miss it. Gonna miss it. I've got to take a break. Roy Wood Jr. is going to join us shortly. He's around the corner at Hilarities all weekend. Shows with Bill Squire tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. If they're not sold out, you can go to pickwickandfrolic.com. I'll have another $1,000 for you at 4:30. Listen for that keyword to get yourself some money from the Buzzard Bookie. And if you want to go to that Danzig show, hell of a lineup on this Danzig show at the Masonic this fall. I'll have those tickets for you right here after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app,
Becky Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Oil Change. At Take 5, they're faster than you think. That means they'll change your oil and get you back on the road in less time than it takes to get over from the express lane to the exit ramp. Just sit back and relax while their fast, friendly team does all the work. Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change.
From the executive producers of Hell and Gone comes a new podcast investigating the serial murders orchestrated by South African cult leader Cecilia Stein.
She conditioned them to be monsters.
She was telling people the Bible says she must go and kill, but actually she was taking revenge.
We are all so horrified by the idea that a mother would sully her daughter in this way.
Listen to Queen Havoc and her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, it's Danzig back in Northeast Ohio in the headlining spot with a great lineup. Behemoth Twin Temple, who are kind of gothy White Stripes from L.A., and Midnight, not a dud in the bunch. All four of them. Going to happen September 13th. That's a Wednesday night at the Masonic Temple. Of course, where else could it happen? MasonicCleveland.com for the details. Car 10, you got the last pair from me this week. Good luck. 2 for Danzig. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
But y'all look good, though. I've been watching and looking around all night. Y'all look good. You dress nice. You got the nice threads on. You got the jewelry glistening. Look like everybody got a little piece of that settlement money from Fox News. And that's all I have to say about that, because I'm not gonna have Dominion on my ass. I love Dominion. Matter of fact, let me just say right now, my favorite voting machine is Dominion voting machines. When I go to the polls, I make sure it is a Dominion machine that I use. If your election needs the truth, put Dominion in your booth.
There's Roy Wood Jr. hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
What a day.
Wow, what a day.
What a day. How are y'all?
Good to see you, man. How are you?
It's been a minute. It's been like 2 years.
Been quite some time,
give
yes.
or take. Yeah.
Who pitches you on doing the White House Correspondent? Because I was listening to, I texted you, but I was listening to this on the way back. My son and daughter go to Michigan State. My daughter had like a performance that night, and so I'm driving back at like 1 a.m. to Ohio from Michigan, and the White House Correspondents' Dinner is on it, and I'm howling listening to this. I'm like, I hope this was as uncomfortable as it sounded like you made that room.
Yeah, it was. But what's weird for the performer is like Bill knows, like when there's like a famous person in the crowd, you can't help but look at that
them, yeah.
person periodically.
But they're all famous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now imagine every time you look up, like I remember one time years ago in Tampa, John Cena, like all the wrestlers, like when they go to Tampa to train, I don't know when wrestling training season is.
Right.
But they're just there, and they just come to the club, and you'll just see John Cena chuckle. And you're like, oh, yeah, I made John Cena.
Right.
Fast forward, you're at the dinner, and then you look up, and it's Lester Holt. And then you look down again at your jokes. You look up again. Oh, it's Chrissy Teigen. You look down again. You look up. What is Kellyanne Conway doing here?
Well, because isn't that room a real weird mix of press, movers and shakers, and then random celebrities like Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen. Like,
yeah, but then you also have like Caitlyn Jenner, and it's like, well, what are you doing here? Oh, you're at the Fox News table. Oh, damn, nobody's laughing.
Nobody's laughing at the Fox News,
Look
right?
at the jokes. Look at the jokes. Go back to the jokes.
But you also can't make it sound like you have to consciously be bipartisan joking. You got to make fun of the president. You got to make fun of Fox News. I mean, some subjects are obviously more ripe than others.
Yeah, but I mean, the first joke was on Biden and losing all the classified documents, which I still love that the White House doesn't use PDFs. I love that it's still
files
actual
and hard copies.
Hard copy. Yeah,
Joe Biden had classified 8 tracks.
Reel-to-reel machines with recordings on it.
Guys got Apple IIe floppy disk.
Yeah.
He's got a decoder ring.
Yeah.
Go through.
But no,
He's like,
it
don't
was
forget to drink your Ovaltine.
like it was a good time though. Like, but it's definitely juggling dynamite because it's a show where at any given time half of the room is not going to laugh.
Right.
But the trick is to oscillate the laughs.
Well, they always say the gig is a lose-lose because you're never gonna. But I didn't really see anything after yours where people were like, "Oh my God!" It was, it seemed like people were happy for what that's worth. They were like, "Oh, I did a good job." I mean, it was funny.
Like,
and,
it was good. It was fun. Which I don't even know if that's a good thing in comedy. Maybe I should have pissed off people a little bit more.
Right.
I knew I did something right when Fox News had pulled the snippet about Don Lemon, and I'm like, "Oh wow." Fox News pulled a clip that they actually like, yeah, this, you spoke for 25 minutes, but this 45 seconds right here.
About
that's
Don
the good
Lemon,
part.
yeah.
Furthers our agenda. And then the same thing with CNN. Then the same thing with the gossip. Like I did a Vanderpump Rules joke, and like there was a snippet that ended up on E.
It's a little something, Andy Cohen.
I haven't been on E since Chelsea lately, like 07, 08 or something. So it was like, okay, there was something in the act
for everyone
that everybody rocked with.
So who
that
pitched
was the goal.
that to you, and did you take a minute to weigh it, or were you just like,
I
screw
took
it,
a week.
Yeah.
I took a week. Tamara Keefe, who's the head of the White House Correspondents Association, like basically it's like a fraternity of all the reporters that cover the White House, and this is their one weekend to drink and let off. It's their company party.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah.
Only the president comes to their company party.
Right.
So they called and made an offer. This was like in February. And they're like, you have 3 days. I'm like, I need 5. And then I just called everybody that I knew that I had a relationship with that had done it.
And they all said, do it.
They kind of said what you just said. Like
it's a lose-lose.
It's lose-lose.
Yeah. So you talked to who? Jon Stewart did it. Yeah. Colbert?
Yeah. Colbert,
Michelle.
we swapped an email.
Hassan.
Wolf I called. Hasan Minhaj I called. Trevor I called. Larry Wilmore and I swapped a couple text messages. Wanda Sykes, thank God, had just done her guest host week at The Daily Show. So I was able to go back and reach out to her. Wanda and I are cool professionally, but on some, hey, will you give me advice as a senior member of the comedy fraternity?
Right.
I that seal had been broken between us. So between all of them, I was like, all right, I guess I can do it. Because no one has the same experience. Wolf, the president, wasn't there. Hassan, the president, wasn't there. Seth was Jimmy Good Times because it was Obama. Same with Wanda.
Yeah.
So it's just a different tone. And this was the first one back since the pandemic. So there isn't anyone even under Biden that I could have talked to figure out what the mood of the room would be. It felt jovial but contentious.
Yeah. There's no Daily Show right now because of the writer's strike.
Correct. I've been chilling at the house.
Yeah.
And coming up with reasons to leave the house, like not at my kids out for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Still
you living in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm still pretending to leave the house and stuff.
I got a meeting, honey.
I gotta go. All right, y'all. What about the strike? Isn't there still a strike? Well, baby,
you got to plan ahead.
Still got to go in and there's administrative non-writing things.
That's right.
I'm just kidding. I'm going up the street to play Nintendo.
I had to go a couple of weeks ago. I had to go to my management here because I said, hey, I just want to put this in your brains because I'm starting to see some rumblings. I'm like, the WGA is striking, DGA. I'm in SAG-AFTRA.
Yep.
I said, and they're talking about striking. I said, I don't know what that means for me, but I said, I just need you guys to figure that out because I don't know if you're required to. I have no interest in doing that, but I said, I need to know what company protocol is.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything back, but I mean, that's, I'm like.
Welcome to the Bill Squire Show. That's what that means.
That's right. For the foreseeable future.
We're scamming it up here. 100.7 WMMS. Buzzard. Scabs all day.
Yeah.
Scabs all day.
So it's my buddy Jesse Joyce. You know Jesse Joyce.
I love Jesse Joyce.
He's been writing for Kimmel for quite a while now, but he and I go way back, and he was kind of like, well, I'm just going back out on the road like a lot of writers are because it's a really weird situation for stand-up to be your fallback.
Yeah.
Like comics who write, they go, I can always go out and do stand-up. But he wasn't really out working that much because he was writing for Kimmel. He was like, I like doing this. But now that these shows aren't on, they're like, well, I'll just go back on the road.
Yeah,
I'll just book some shows.
But it's not that easy because you're competing with every other comedy stand-up writer that's going back out.
That's what I'm saying. They're all going out and booking, trying to get
and
booked.
there's more performers than there are venues in most cities that are
and audience
viable.
members.
Yeah, that too. So like it's a saturation, but I think for audience members it's a good thing because now you're getting the best of the best on the road. Seinfeld and Gaffigan are teaming up. And they're going
doing
out.
arenas.
Pete Davidson and Colin Jost, which is just like you would never get that show other than during a strike.
Right.
And those are two totally separate ends of the spectrum of whiteness.
Are you?
Well, like it's Harvard white and Staten Island white.
Right.
Like, both Staten Island guys, but two totally
opposite ends
different
of
ends of the island for sure.
Well, and Pete says he's in the hole on that buying that ferry, so he needs, they need to
That's
book
literally what they call the tour.
Yeah.
We have to pay for the ferry tour or something like that.
Right.
So they're going out on some dates. So, I think for the fans of comedy, it's a good time. But if you're a writer and you don't do stand-up, you're in a really bad place.
Are you doing clubs and theaters? Or you just? I was going to say, when I saw you were coming to Hilarities, I was happy because it's a great club, but I was kind of surprised. I was like...
Well, the reason being that, Cleveland, if it was a cold weather month, then I definitely would have... I would have done a theater or something like that. But, Hilarity's always been good to me. Like,
sure.
I've played for the past decade.
I mean, 5 shows at Hilarities is a theater.
Correct.
Like, that is a theater type crowd.
So, for me, it's also about, I haven't been on the road in 2 years. And so I wanted to
really?
make
That
sure,
long?
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't been out regular since 21. So I also wanted to come into a market, like the first month, I did Virginia Beach, I did Kansas City, did Hartford, Connecticut. It's like I want to get back in the rhythm of comedy.
Yeah.
So I need multiple shows. So then you book the markets that you've never gone to before. I haven't played Kansas City in 15 years. I haven't played Virginia Beach in 15 years. So that was by design. If I still suck, let me suck in a place where ain't you're not gonna know.
Hail the conquering hero
and
comes
then
back.
by then, all might be together by the time I get to Cleveland.
Right.
And start doing all the markets that I care about.
Virginia Beach and Norfolk, I'm just testing you out here, and hopefully this goes
Something
well.
like that.
Yeah.
You have a
Something
track
like that.
record, too, of getting booked in Cleveland when they're like, this is the first weekend that you've been here that there's not a championship run happening or the World Series.
yeah.
Or
Competing
something
against Cavs games.
Warriors Cavs.
Warriors
The
Cavs.
3-1 year. I was at Hilarities.
Yeah.
It's like, we watched the game one show. I don't even think we did the show. It was just like
Now the 3-1 year was Dan Soder because I was on that show.
Then it was a separate LeBron
I think it was the
run.
first year. I think it was the first year LeBron was back.
Yes.
That you were, yeah.
What did Soder do? Like, what do you do when you're in town?
I did my set because I was with him, and I went over to. I'm like, bye, Dan.
You didn't even stay.
No, I was at the watch party in the arena,
bro.
And I was like, Dan, I got a ticket if you want to come over. He's like, he's got that Dan Soder, but he's like, I tried to get over there, man, but there was too many people.
Too many people. Yeah. I did Lakers Sixers. Was that 01, maybe 02? I was performing in Dothan, Alabama at the MVP Sports Bar and Grill.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they refused to turn the TVs off.
Right.
But we had to do the show.
Yeah.
So then the owner goes, well, maybe you could, they had like one big floor model TV. He just goes, can you stand beside the TV and do the show? And they put the TV on mute. And this is really before closed captions were really a thing. So the TV's on mute. And you're just performing next to Iverson versus Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the Iverson game one, step over Tyronn Lue.
Yeah. Iconic.
Steal one at home.
Yeah.
And just people are oohing and ahhing, and you think it's about your jokes, and then you just turn and look at the TV, and it's just Shaq doing something amazing.
I remember doing a gig in the early aughts where I had to bring my own amp. It was a bar. The Penguins were I was on the air in Pittsburgh and still doing a lot of stand-up. And it was a bar where the Penguins were in the playoffs. It was almost the exact same thing, except I had to bring a little tabletop amp and put it on a little high top in the corner. And they didn't put the television on mute. So I'm in the corner. They didn't crank them up, but they didn't put them on mute. I'm like, oh man, this is.
Yeah, I got the most laughs when I just offered live commentary of what was happening.
That's kind of all you can do.
It's like you're doing crowd work with the televisions.
Yeah, like a precursor to like these watch party. Like they do it on TikTok all the time now.
Right.
Yeah. Show you a clip and then I'm going to talk about the clip. Like I was doing that for real for $75.
Right, in real life, yeah. I hold that thought. I got to give away some money here very quickly. It is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's your keyword this hour to grab this money, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Roy Wood Jr. is doing the weekend at Hilarities. Bill Squire on those shows tomorrow night. If there are tickets available, you can go to hilarities.com. The show's tonight, 7 and 9:45. The show's tomorrow night, 7 and 9:40. Oh, you're doing Sunday, too?
Yeah.
Look at you, 7 o'clock on Sunday. He's hanging around.
This is a good weekend to do a Sunday
Great
show.
weekend.
Yeah, I just figured I thought the Indians would be in town, but they're not. They're actually in Chicago.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're at Wrigley all weekend.
I'm gonna hang. I was hoping y'all would have like some sort of firework explosion situation on Sunday ahead of the 4th, but I guess
Monday
this is
night.
one of those. Yeah, we do it.
Yeah.
We do it closer to the 4th.
Yeah.
Because I was going to bring my boy because he loves explosives, which I'm excited to know.
Yeah.
Did you see that video of the people setting off the fireworks and basically setting their car on fire
In their
This is
front
the
lawn.
yard, the front yard barbecue situation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where they have like a little baby in a stroller and they scoop the kid up and it's,
and the whole car goes in flames.
Yeah. So during this strike, when you're, I may be half joking about getting out of the house, maybe fully joking, but are there things that have already been written that you're part of that are in process?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's
things you at least get to shoot or work on, or
there's stuff that's been done that will still come out.
Yeah.
But then they get weird about how we can go about promoting it. And that's the thing that's weird about the strike is that no one really knows the rules of their union.
Right. They don't.
Whatever union you're in, like there's comedians, there's writers that are going, you shouldn't even be doing stand-up if you stand with the guild. I'm sorry, that's not in the rules.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And there still has to be a way to keep food in my stomach.
Yeah, you still need pay for income.
Things. Yeah.
Yeah, like comedy is an understood non-writers guild gig. So you may as well get mad at me if I work at AutoZone during the strike.
By the way, what are somebody who thinks that, what are they doing?
I
They
don't
just
know.
can't do stand up.
Not comedy.
Yeah,
working at Trader Joe's,
taking a civilian gig,
Joe's,
right?
it's a
But it's not what they want to be
organic
doing.
Perspective to have.
Yes, it is. Well, Confess Fletch. If people haven't seen that, with John Hamm grabbing the Fletch role, Roy is in that, and a very funny take on that. I was never sure because with theaters and streaming and all that, it's all messed up. I wasn't sure. If people saw that movie, I loved it. I have a crush on John Hamm, and you were dynamite in it. Yeah.
It was a slow burn. Like, Confess Fletch made its way around like that one porn in the 90s. That, remember that VHS porn in your neighborhood?
Uh-huh.
You didn't see it when it dropped, but
No.
But I got there.
Oh, yeah. Over the course of 2 years,
Right.
everybody had a copy. Yeah.
You labeled it Clash of the Titans, but you knew what it was.
John Hamm's cool as hell, bro.
That guy, he's like
Funny
Captain
dude,
America.
It's always, you're always thankful when you meet somebody and you go, thank God you're not a jerk and
Right.
you're not in the corner snorting cocaine all day.
But he's from St. Louis. I mean, if there
He's
was
from St.
anybody,
Louis,
yeah.
And he got famous later in his career.
Yes.
And I think that keeps dudes,
There's a humility.
He's like, I know this can all go away.
Yeah.
I had to work my ass off to get there.
Yeah.
Because, he was in his probably 40s when
Mad Men.
happened.
Yeah.
So, it took him a while.
Yeah, you go from doing yard work to Mad Men.
Yeah.
You're going to be humble.
Right.
when you're on a movie set. But thank God he was.
Is that something that they want to, are they considering doing like more or? Yeah, they are.
It's just, the issue is that it's all run under Paramount. Look, let me just say
There's two
as an
companies
aside,
left.
all these studios is broke.
Yeah.
They broke than a bitch, and they spent way too much money, and they don't know what to do. That's why there's a bunch of remakes coming from every single studio because they're too scared to bet money on a new idea because they can't afford to.
Right.
They're broke. So to answer your question, yes, there's like 15 Fletch books.
Yeah.
You will get 14. It'll be John Hamm, like the way Bruce Willis did. He'll do it like Indiana Jones. He'll be 80 and still
They'll
be out there
DH him.
fletching him. One last case. I got to dust off my Lakers hat and get back out there.
Fletch and the creamed corn or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think
they are all broke though, aren't they? They're like, hey, from the beginning, I could never figure out what the business plan was for streaming services. It seemed like one big Ponzi scheme because they were like, we've got all of these subscribers. We're going to spend a ton of money on these things. But it's like, well, you're going to plateau and then you're eventually going to get bought where there's going to be 3 companies left.
Yeah.
And then what's happening now, I don't know why. Maybe everybody just thought they would kick that can down the road.
But that's what they did. And now they got to pay the piper because you got to pay the writers. That's why, like even with like the Daily Show, I'm like, okay, well, is the Daily Show when are they gonna choose a host? They're not in a rush.
Well, they said
they're saving money.
They said for a whole year they're just gonna have rotators, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You broke bitches. They just don't know what they're gonna do. So, what about another guest week?
Right. Is it Viacom? No. Is that who owns?
Yeah, Paramount.
Yeah, Paramount.
Now, Viacom.
Everybody.
Global CBS.
Yep. That's right.
But no, man. I think they'll keep doing. They'll do more Fletch movies because the first one did really well. The critics loved it. Greg Mottola did a good job as director, and so I think they'll run it back.
For a while, people were being real coy about, hey, what about you for the Daily Show? Talking to this person. You seem to be the only person, at least that I was reading, that was like, I would very much like to host the Daily Show.
Yeah.
Like you weren't being coy about it at all.
I don't give a damn, bro.
Right.
I went out.
But also, why wouldn't you do
Jeopardy.
that?
Yeah. With
Wheel of Fortune?
Wheel of Fortune,
I tried.
yeah.
Jeopardy, I legit tried. I had
you?
my agent to reach out or whatever, and they essentially sent back, I don't have time to find the email, but basically what they said was they've locked in on their final options as hosts.
Yeah.
They feel that a comedian would draw away from the academic tone of the program. Which means you're just calling me stupid.
Well, they're saying you're not a big enough nerd to be on that show. Yeah.
We don't want jokes. We don't want you being funny. And Jeopardy is such an airtight program.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't even get to all the questions. There's no room for
There's
comedy.
no room for that.
Right.
Like every once in a while you'll get those moments, but I mean, if you just want someone that's going to read, you can do that.
Yeah. Like I don't even know why we even need game show hosts for some of these. Like you want to let AI take a job, start with that.
Also, you know that if, let's say they got a comedian or got you or something for Jeopardy, that audience would be constantly complaining that the host didn't respect the game. It would be a lot of that. Those people take that very seriously.
They got mad at Hassan Minaj about that stuff. Hassan was like cracking jokes in between answers, and they were like, why would you do that? Whereas meanwhile on Family Feud, that entire show, did you realize that Family Feud, like the whole show is just like 4 questions? Like it's not
heavily written.
Half that show now is just Steve just
reacting,
looking, just not even making a joke, just staring at people.
Yeah.
Just or facing the camera. Like he is
long reaction takes.
He's doing John Krasinski on The Office now. He just looks at the camera and goes,
Bro, I had a parody. I had a parody show that I was gonna shoot. I was gonna get a mustache and an afro wig, and it was just gonna be called Steve Harvey's Expressions, Thursdays at 8. And it's just me and Steve Harvey just making faces for 30 minutes. No dialogue.
Yeah.
You what? Boy, you huh? Man, we'll be right back. It's like, what is he talking about?
Because he has 2 or 3 shows. Like he's got family, or at least he did.
Oh, he's a grinder, bro.
Yeah,
like,
he works hard.
It's weird that with the Daily Show, we know half of these guest hosts you're bringing in are for the sake of ratings, and and it's cool. It's cool for a little while to see somebody different in the chair. All right, fine. But if we're talking about true political satire, if we're talking about humor, you need to trust the host, and then you get to go to places that are deeper emotionally and creatively, because I've seen you for a couple of months or a couple of years.
Yeah, that rapport is important to have a continuing audience coming to see every week.
It expands the creative options within the show to deliver the message and achieve the goal that you're trying to achieve every night for 30 minutes. So sooner or later, you got to choose. So, I'm not like, and the other correspondents, like, we've talked about it. Like, it's not Hunger Games. We know it's not up to us who they choose. But I'm going to present myself as a host, and I want to host so that other people who are thinking about hiring me to host will know that I want to host. It's not so much about like putting a flag in the sand on the Daily Show, but it's to let the rest of the industry know this is what I want to do next. So if not Comedy Central, do you have a channel?
Right.
Do you have money? I don't give a damn where. I don't care what the show.
Here's what I can do.
If Tubi called me right now, I'd walk out the studio.
Tubi or Freevee.
Tubi, Roku,
any of them.
Pluto.
Roku's got pockets.
I sent Pluto to voicemail. Hit me back, Pluto TV. That was my bad. Y'all was calling from a spam number. Y'all got to get a real number, Pluto.
But even
it's
at
a
this
scam
point,
likely. I thought it was.
You have people that have built up their own networks. I mean, like YMH, what Tom Segura has built with his podcasting. If they go, hey, you want to come do a podcast for us?
Yeah.
That's not a bad place to go right now because you get, one, a built-in audience, and then also freedom.
Correct. And that's where I think the game is going to start changing, because when you start looking at entertainment now, all of these streamers are scrambling to figure out what they want to do, and they're doing stuff cheaper. They're shooting stuff cheaper. The cheaper you make it to produce, the closer you're getting to the consumer being able to do something that looks good enough for the average person to want to watch. Like if you look at late night ratings are through the floor. Like most all shows, Gutfeld is the only one that still does numbers. I would still make an argument.
And that's because that audience never turns Fox News off.
Yeah, and I would also make the argument that Gutfeld doesn't have the plethora of competition that, Fallon and Seth and us, we're all cannibalizing each other's audiences. But across the board, late night ratings are down. And like when you look at most people, I was dating this girl. This is what I do now. I date women younger than me as a focus group. 44. I go out with a 37-year-old. Check her viewing habits.
Did you find Mr. Wood engaging 1 to 5?
But no, I was over this girl's house, and she was sitting on the couch watching her phone from like 10 o'clock to like 11:30, and just
everything gets repurposed from
thoroughly entertained.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, if you'd rather watch regular people who have no lights, no studio, no glitz, just an opinion and a microphone, and they're going hard, if you can create that and a following, you could probably create something that's more valuable for yourself than anything that the networks could offer.
Yeah.
Right. But then there's also people just racing pool balls on a treadmill on TikTok. And
that's fun too. It's a little something for everybody.
Are making money and getting thousands of viewers watching that.
There was a YouTube channel called Jelly's Marble Runs. And during the pandemic, some person was making tracks in the sand at a beach, putting 10 marbles in a starting cage and opening the cage, and the marbles all go down the track like a dog race.
I think my daughter was watching it,
Millions of views. Millions of dollars in revenue, and it's just marbles in the dirt.
I have to take a break. Do you have to go, or you want to hang out?
I'm chilling.
Okay, cool. Roy Wood Jr. is at Hilarities tonight, tomorrow, Sunday. Bill's doing those shows with him tomorrow night. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey's on the phone. He's actually on a bus coming into work because he came home Sunday night, had his car keys on him, woke up this morning, can't find the keys. Where did you look for these?
All over the place.
Did you check the pockets of the pants you had on when you came home?
Of course. I slept in them.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Red, white, and dew savings are happening now at the Home Depot. Prep for all the summer guests and gatherings with up to 60% off select patio sets now at the Home Depot. Shop and save on a wide variety of sets and styles to find what suits your patio best for another season of hosting with the most. Find the perfect pieces for your space with up to 60% off select patio sets. So sit back and relax into red, white, and dew savings happening now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Yeah, baby. Love the smell of barbecue on a hot summer day. What's up, Cleveland? All summer long, we'll be cooking up some juicy fat deals. It's Chef Mike D from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan, and we're ready to sauce up a rack of savings just for you. Absolutely everybody's invited to this cookout. Stop out and see Deal, the grill master, Belza. He'll be grilling up $1,000 off a brand new Nissan, and he'll even throw in a special sauce, lowering APRs down to 0%. Woo, that's like free money. Are you kidding me? We'll even make sure your taste buds are fully satisfied. So don't let those wannabe chefs anywhere else smoke you out and leave you on an empty stomach. So stop hot dogging around and let's catch up. Come on over to the Feast of a Lifetime at Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. Cause the deals are so good. Better hurry. BigNissan.com.
Hey, baseball fans, the Bet Parks app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. Bet Parks futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Charmin, we're so excited for Pride Month, we just had to sing about it.
Pride is here, and it's our duty to come together and shake our collective booty. Charmin loves bears, bottoms, and everybody. We'll help you stay clean when you need it the most.
Charmin is proud to partner with iHeartRadio for Can't Cancel Pride for the 4th year in a row. And while Pride is only a month long, our support rolls on forever. Let's enjoy the go and enjoy Pride together.
AutoNation is celebrating July 4th with you by giving you great savings. Right now at AutoNation Ford, we'll double your down payment on your favorite models. Put down $1,500, we'll make it $3,000. Hurry to AutoNation Ford in Amherst, Westlake, Wickliffe, and North Canton. What drives you drives us. AutoNation Ford. With approved credit plus tax tag, title, registration, electronic filing fee, and $250 dealer document fee on select new 2022 and 2023 in stock units only. See store for complete details. Offer expires 7/5/23.
Celebrate Cleveland's history at Progressive Field. The Guardians will honor the legacy of Larry Doby on Wednesday, July 5th, 76 years after his Major League debut. 10,000 fans will get a Larry Doby 1948 cap courtesy of Dollar Bank. Get your tickets today at CLEGuardians.com.
Tonight's Ohio Lottery Mega Millions jackpot is $368 million. That's a lot of moolah. So is the $493 million up for grabs in the Powerball drawing. Together, that's almost $1 billion. Ooh la la! Get your tickets today. Ohio Lottery scratch-offs pay out over $4.5 million daily. So pick up a few of the newest games, too. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
The LASIK Vision Institute offers free virtual consultations. That's all your questions answered, all from the comforts of home. So don't wait. This simple 20-minute call can start your journey to 20/20 vision. Right now, the LASIK Vision Institute's offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So visit GetLVILASIK.com now. Must mention this promotion to be treated in July of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at GetLVILASIK.com.
There's nothing like holding a freshly grilled Jersey Mike's cheesesteak. It's even better than holding a winning $1 million lottery ticket. For starters, Uncle Sam takes half. Then you buy some useless stuff, like a tiny suit of armor for
This report is sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. When your ride fires on all cylinders, so do you. That's why Napa is on a mission to keep you in motion. With nearly 6,000 Napa Auto Parts stores and over 17,000 Napa Auto Care centers, the Napa Network has everything you need to get up and go.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero.
35192 if you want to text for anything, by the way. Roy Wood Jr. is back in Cleveland. His triumphant return after an egregious absence. It's been a good couple of years since he has come, and he's returned to do the weekend at Hilarities, 9:45 tonight.
That's right.
2 shows tomorrow night, 7 and 9:45 with Bill Squire.
Bring your spouse to that Saturday night.
So you can get them
early
all,
shows sold out.
You get them early show sold out
on the Saturday show.
You get them all sexed up. Is that the point?
Then Sunday night, bring your side piece.
There you go.
The 7 o'clock dinner in the round show.
You ever seen that before?
Sunday side piece.
Y'all ain't never seen that at a show? Like
No.
a person comes
I've
see
done
you
that
one
at a
night.
show.
I see the same person second show. I gotta act like I ain't see you the night before. Like, oh, it's you again. Oh, wait, no. Hello, stranger.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not a hater.
Right. We were talking about, because of the writer's strike, Roy Wood Jr. would normally be one of your correspondents in The Daily Show and occasionally hosting. But because of that writer's strike, the late night shows aren't happening. Daily Show is not happening. In that rotating cast of people that they did have hosting, was there somebody you saw host and you were like, well, that I'm surprised by them. I'm pleasantly surprised by them. They're all talented people, but in that format, was there somebody where you were like, huh?
Of people who have never done that thing before. So we have to exclude Sarah Silverman, Chelsea Handler, Wanda Sykes, D.L. Hughley, Hassan Minaj. Those guest hosts have all hosted a late night show
Yep.
of some sort over the past 20 years.
Yep.
Leslie Jones was amazing.
Okay.
Leslie Jones was right because like the
But
same
you can drop
passion-
her into anything and she'll kill it, right?
The same passion she has for like say the Olympics when she's live tweeting women's sports and stuff.
Yeah.
And Leslie Jones will just have you watching curling in the Winter Olympics.
Right, because she's so entertaining and so like funny and excited and genuine. She's got a genuineness about her where she's not doing this as a bit. Like she's having a good time. And you get wrapped up in it.
She got me to watch Supermarket Sweep.
See what I'm saying?
She rebooted that show, and I think she had a piece of it, but I was like, she got me to watch that.
So now drop that same level of energy into politics and just stuff happening in the country, and I think you have someone that if I'm running one of these broke ass networks, you broke bitches. If I'm running one of those networks, I would be trying to figure out something that puts Leslie Jones in the chair. Yeah, 1,000%.
Feel bad for Lewis Black though, because he was supposed to finally get his shot to host, and the writer's strike. It was like right around now. It was like mid-June he was going to do it.
But like it's so fitting because that's exactly what would happen
On his that's on brand for him.
Lewis Black.
Poor Lewis.
Look, can I ask y'all a question?
Please.
Because I saw where the rich people went to space today.
Mm-hmm.
The Virgin Atlantic, the Virgin Galactic. There it is.
Yeah.
Where everybody.
Well, they didn't want to go to the underwater again.
Billionaires don't learn. They don't learn.
So now you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
So the people die under the ocean. Unfortunate, sad, fine. I agree with you there. What I have not liked, and I'm just trying to come up with a better word, I do not like that some of the members of the media have been labeling these people as explorers.
Right.
I don't like when you die in a messed up way. Only one person on that thing was dumb, and that's the guy who built it. You're a dummy. The other
CEO,
the other four believe the dummy.
They were trusting. Yeah.
Not your fault.
Yeah.
Dummy, that man, he's dumb. He's a dummy. You went down underwater as a dummy. You are a dummy.
Yeah.
You built BS. Everyone told you, hey, man, When James Cameron calls you, James Cameron don't call nobody. James Cameron, hey, man, I'm looking at the schematics of your Coke can. Probably want to reinforce some of that steel.
Duct tape and hydrofoil ain't going to cut it.
Dummy did dummy things. Dummy died. Dummy cost 4 of the people their lives. And they're calling him an explorer. And I'm like, stop it. He was going to look at a ship.
Right.
Yeah,
That's it.
A sunken ship.
Something that had already been
bringing back
found.
Samples and let's look at the granular and figure out the evolution and the secrets of sea algae to cure all of the things. Hey, man, give me $250,000. I take down, look at that boat.
Yeah.
It's not an explorer.
This is on a much more obtainable level. This is something that I have friends and family members that have gotten into where they like to go to abandoned buildings and walk around and act like this is exciting.
Yeah.
Just go, like, they'll go to an old school and they'll be like, look at all this stuff. And they'll take pictures of it and I'm like, yeah, it's just gross.
I follow an account like that. It's called Abandoned Southeast.
Yeah.
And it's just pictures of abandoned vintage buildings.
I follow a couple like that too, yeah.
It's fascinating to look at. But now,
it's cool in pictures, but you might not walk around.
If your friends went into an abandoned building and stumbled upon a drug deal or a pack of Rottweilers and they are mauled to death, were they trespassing and not minding their own business? Or were they brave explorers trekking into the unknown? And I don't like it. And it's the same thing with this space flight thing that happened today. They're calling these people explorers going out. You're not explorers. People have did that.
You're bored rich people.
You're bored and rich.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You have a right to go look at a boat. But don't tell me that guy was an explorer. Don't tell me he was doing groundbreaking. What's the guy?
Isn't that Magellan?
Yeah, you're not
Vasco da Gama.
You're not going down to the South Pole and exploring. And this is the first person to ever Chuck Yeager
bringing back rare spices to the West Indies.
You're not even bringing nothing back from the boat.
Now let me.
Here's tourism. It's not exploring.
But here's tourism, right? Yeah. Space tourism. But here's what I'll say: a hell of a lot of people have died by drowning in the ocean. Not a lot of people have died in space. So if something were to go awry up there, it's a little bit of a bigger deal. You go, well, he went out the hatch.
Yeah.
He's out there floating still. Didn't implode or whatever. But yeah, space tourism or any underwater tourism. I think you're right.
I'm telling you now.
It's rich, bored people. It's like this guy, you know the name Crown from Chicago. Very prominent family in Chicago. The Crown family. Billionaires. Their names are on buildings, okay? This dude, this past weekend, one of the Crown guys, on his 70th birthday, he's racing a car, hits a wall, dies, okay? This guy never worked a day in his life because it's all his dad's old. The family made their fortune on, like, sand in the 19th century and building materials when Chicago was still being built, right?
Yeah.
So this rich dude hits a wall on his 70th birthday and dies. And there are all these, it's like this guy was bored. Because if you have money, that much money, and can have whatever you want, what can possibly thrill you anymore? What is thrilling to you? You've got to go under the water or into space, and you call them what you want. I think you're right about the tourism thing, but it's like, if you are that wealthy, you're desperate to be thrilled by something.
The one rich death they got right in terms of the media was Steve Fawcett. And they called him an adventurer.
Right.
And I go, that's
an adventurer.
That's the job.
Right.
He died it's like some small single craft in the mountains or something. It took him months to find the crash site or whatever, but he was just rich and just built himself an air scooter.
Yep. Air scooter.
But I mean, like it was like a small little single engine, like super tight little thing.
He would go up in like a weather balloon and try to go around the world. And right.
So that's adventurer.
Yeah.
But that's not exploring. He never came back with new data about the jet stream.
And I don't think he killed other people with him either. He would go up and, an adventurer.
That's a more
adventure
fitting
tourism.
Occupation. I just don't like the use of the word explorer. There are very few explorers. There are very few brave people that go out into a real unknown situation. Which one would y'all choose? Let's get dark for a second.
Yeah. Yep.
Deep space or deep blue ocean? Which
space. I'm not a strong swimmer.
Which one?
Well, if you're going to deep, it doesn't matter how strong a swimmer you are in deep ocean. You're not swimming.
No. What I'm saying is I would not want to drown in that way, where there's simply no possible way of rescue.
Yeah.
Space, I don't know. I can
There's
hold my
not-
breath.
I'm
for a
choosing,
while.
I'm choosing space.
You're choosing space?
I'm choosing space. Here's why.
All right.
Because my body is still out there floating.
Yeah.
Like, even if the spacecraft, like, you know, how, like in Star Trek, when, like,
Yep.
the one guy gets sucked off the thing when the torpedo hits the thing, and he's just doing flips in space.
They shoot Spock out. Yeah.
He's still doing flips right now.
To
this day.
infinity.
That person is still out there.
Yep.
And sooner or later, the technology will be in place where they can come and retrieve my body and I can get a proper burial back on Earth. Ocean, you're gone.
Well,
But
because-
your food though, at least you're turned back into
circle of life.
Circle of life, type
Right.
of thing.
Well, yeah.
I
you
mean,
go back into
it's
the
something-
earth.
and also, what priority are you going to be if they lose you in space? Like, I
You're
mean,
debris for the rest of your life.
you're debris for the rest of your life, but like, no one's finding you.
Put a beacon on
Like,
you
there's-
before you go out.
Put a but they're like, we can go get Roy, or we can try and. Like, if we go get Roy, we're going to die too.
Right.
Put me underwater.
But I think you're talking about when the technology advances
Also,
to the
I don't
point
like
where
when-
it wouldn't be this massive task.
I hate
you know?
both of them because I don't like when my ears pop. So either way,
oh yeah.
I'm not an adventurer. I'm not an explorer. Like if I had that kind of money where you can just go do whatever you want, I don't need anything like racing or anything like that.
No, I'm
just gonna,
fine on terra firma,
yeah,
man.
I'm going to learn how to build things out of
I
wood.
would do nothing. If I was that rich, I wouldn't. You would never hear from me again.
Right.
I wouldn't even do philanthropy. I'm
You wouldn't
I'm
be-
scared.
Yeah.
I'm scared to come and pay for college tuition for kids.
Wouldn't
I'm
do anything. But
scared.
you already do stuff like that.
Like,
Don't.
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But I'm also not rich, so I need the reputation points to get into heaven.
For the clout, yeah.
Yeah, I give out VR headsets
Yeah.
to underprivileged baseball teams in Alabama.
Yep.
I help with fighting the school to prison pipeline with charities.
That's good.
Yes, I do.
Right.
But also, if I was rich, I would build a grocery store and I would build a Best Buy on my property.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's
and
it.
I would. There was an episode of Atlanta.
So you give yourself like something to go and like stroll around
The
in
wood
and
compound.
be like, today I'm going to get this.
Have you ever seen that video of when Michael Jackson bought
Yeah.
out the grocery store?
Yeah.
So he could feel like
a regular person for a
to
day.
just grocery shop for it?
Yep.
That would be me. I would have my own grocery store with employees. They would work shifts.
Oh, you'd staff the place, not just have food delivered.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay
Yeah,
for it. Like
I
it's
got
my,
you, yeah.
it's my. I own this grocery store.
Yeah.
So
Roy's General Store.
Yeah, I would just have a Walmart or Target, Harris Teeter.
And you gotta have it mimic real life. So sometimes they gotta be out of stuff.
Yeah,
because you gotta be
Wait,
excited for when it is finally in.
Yeah.
So be like, oh, you guys are out of
that.
You don't have any Philadelphia rolls today. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow.
I'll be back. That's Roy's HEB over there. We gotta. So where would this compound be?
And I'm not telling you.
Upstate. Yeah. All right.
You got to go Montana somewhere. You got to go to one of them homestead.
We're going to Montana this fall. We're gonna ride
Feds
some
show up
horses.
to see what you're doing, and then you pull
Yeah.
a gun on them. Then they
Oh.
go, hey, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
One of those states. You got to go to one of them states where you can get in a standoff with the government and live.
You're going to Montana in the fall?
Yeah, we
And
are.
Riding horses? Oh,
In
you-
September.
All
Yep.
right,
They have like ranch spas.
Don't
and we're
get
gonna ride
kicked
horses.
off a horse and end up having to be
Paralyzed?
Yeah, Christopher Reeves over
Bro,
here.
I almost got thrown off a horse in Montana on a Daily Show piece.
Were you really?
We were shooting outside of Helena. We were meeting the mayor of Helena, who's like a really cool immigrant. It's a interesting story of like a black immigrant mayor in a county that Trump won.
Yep.
But they care about local politics, so they really do choose who they like.
Wilmot Collins.
Yeah, Wilmot. So I'm on the horse. Wilmot and I are riding together.
Where is he from?
Somewhere
Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia.
Okay, wow.
It was somewhere war torn.
Yeah.
Somewhere where they were shooting, and he was like, "Take me to the quietest
Yeah,
place."
get me to
Somewhere war-torn.
Montana. I will hang out with rednecks.
What's the exact opposite of Monrovia? Probably Montana. I mean, they've got
Perfect.
some of the same letters.
So we have a cameraman that's in the that's just out in this big clearing, but he's wearing this like black hood over his body so he can see the
screen,
viewfinder
yeah.
of the camera. To the horse, it looked like a bear. And so as the cameraman is creeping closer to get a better shot, the horse is just freaking out and doing like,
You're on the horse.
I'm on the
Yeah.
horse. And then the other horse handler person way 50 yards off because they can't be in the shot.
Right.
Just talk to him. Talk to him. And I'm like, stop. I don't
Whoa.
know.
Hey, horse, that's not a bear.
Yeah.
But you're supposed to do all those calming. Like you're supposed to basically.
Hey,
I don't
girl.
know. Yeah, you're supposed to be basically like talking to a horse is like foreplay sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
Want these oats?
Come on. But I'm freaking out. The horse is freaking out, and I almost got thrown off. And that literally was the one thing in my mind. Hot air balloons and horses. Those are the two.
Well, because you have to learn.
Not a fan of.
You have to learn how to fall off a horse. They say they're like, but you're like, how often am I on a horse to learn how to do that? And also, if you've never been on a horse, it's something that you know, but then you get on it, it's all muscle. They're massive, massive animals.
It's a missile.
That's why I'm like, how are they on these spindly legs? Because like back in April, we went out to Sedona. We went to Arizona for a few days and took our daughter, who's 7, and we did this horseback through the mountains thing. And it's 7 and up, so she had her own horse.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, listen, this is a touristy thing. You have guides with you, but you're still going through the mountains, and they're going through these rocky passes and things like that. And I'm like, the horses know what they're doing, but all they have to do is slip once accidentally, right? And either I go over, my kid goes over. So it's like it's hard to enjoy something like that fully when you're like, these horses, man, I mean, I just couldn't get my head around like the spindly legs and the giant, giant bodies. Did it rear up? Were you like a Hi-O Silver type thing?
No.
It was just starting to buck.
It was starting to buck and starting to backpedal a little bit, and then the cameraman backed off. But I've ridden a horse twice, both times for work. And I just don't know if it's something I would ever do recreation.
I was going to say, you'd never do it in any other circumstances.
What do you think makes you look more like a badass, being really good at riding a horse or really good at riding a motorcycle? Because like I feel like if you're good at a horse and you can get it to buck up and you can stay on it and you're in control like that.
Yeah, that's some manly.
That's some manly stuff. But if you can, I always think of the scene. You remember the Bruce Lee biopic where what was it? Dragon or something like that. But there's a scene in the rain where he's riding a motorcycle. He rides away from this girl, and then in the rain, like flips the bike around and comes flying back and like does the skid,
does the spin, yeah.
And you're just like, man, that like it's not even like
Just
the biggest bike or
controlling
thing,
the machine.
but just controlling the machine, and it's just so badass. Like those two moments are like burning my head, where I'm just like I should ride a motor, but like that's not how you get to ride a motorcycle all the time.
No,
that's just like a movie magic thing. But the horse thing, I think, being able to really like control a beast is there's nothing like it.
Yeah, God bless the people that do it. I've covered rodeos for the show and just seen people do like all this speed riding around, the barrel racing.
It looks like a rodeo looks like everyone should come off paralyzed.
Yeah.
Like everyone,
Yeah, I'm not even talking about bull riding.
Right.
We're just talking about just rodeo, just bareback riding and just hog tying calves and all of that stuff. So you have to ride this horse, park it, jump off, and then do something new.
Yeah.
There's no kickstand on a horse.
It's like the biathlon or something. Roy Wood Jr. is at Hilarities this weekend. It's been a while since he's been here. Who knows when he'll come back? So don't miss these shows. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com. Find him on social media. Go see, just watch it at home. Watch Confess Fletch, because it's very, very fun.
Paramount Plus.
And it's always good to see you. Don't be a stranger.
I won't.
And
I'll continue to come here and do this show regardless of where I am in my career.
How big you get.
Until I'm rich enough to build a Best Buy on my Montana
Will you let us come visit the Best Buy?
Dude, Best Buy can't even build Best Buy.
Yeah.
You can come by my radio station on my compound.
There you go. WROY, everybody. The sound of the... All right. Good to see you, pal. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Let's do it again. iHeartRadio's Living Black is back. A celebration of all things black.
Celebrate the culture.
With performances by Usher, Miguel, Glorilla, Coco Jones, NLE Chopper. It's so much more than a concert. It's an experience that highlights and celebrates blackness. Featuring special appearances by LL Cool J, Ty Dolla $ign, Roddy Ricch, Warren G, Bia, Chloe, Lola Brooke, D-Smoke, Cash Dog, Sleazy World Go, DDG, Scarlett, Living Black. Featuring iHeartRadio's own DJ Envy and Charlamagne the God from The Breakfast Club, Angela Yee, Big Boy, Nyla Simone, and more. All hosted
favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, let me get you some tickets for Cedar Point. You can celebrate the 4th of July at Cedar Point during Light Up the Point. Nothing more American. Watching fireworks on the 4th of July, roller coasters all around, whether you're on one or not. Treated to the spectacular fireworks display right on Cedar Point Beach at dusk. CedarPoint.com for all the details. Get the last pair of passes from me this week. Good luck. 2 for Cedar Point. Enjoy. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
The 4th of July is America's birthday.
Don't blow off your hand.
Don't drink and drive.
Or molest the kid.
Bill, that'll make everyone sad.
That's why I said don't do it.
Brush your teeth.
Don't eat your family, especially if they're Latino.
Don't commit treason for any reason.
Unless it's to get some poontang. Don't throw the fish hooks or read books, because this is still in America.
Don't tip a cow.
Oh, that. Go tip a cow. And don't listen to dubstep.
Hey.
Unless you have some MDMA. Does anyone have some MDMA?
This is old.
I want to
Yeah, it is.
trip balls and MDMA.
4th of July is America's birthday.
Don't die. Oh, forget it. You try to do something nice. Thanks, Bill.
Oh, you ruined Erica's 4th of July forever. Oh, Bill, how could you?
Sorry, I just got to speak the truth about dubstep.
That is going back a ways, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Don't eat your family.
Yeah.
Do some MDMA.
That's why I said don't do it.
Don't do it. Yeah. I was reading that they're being a little coy about it, but that Cedar Point is going to bring back the Top Thrill Dragster for people who are going out there. That's I don't know what that means. They've released some
Are they
hints.
gonna call it Top Kill Dragster?
Their reimagined version of the Top Thrill Dragster. They tweeted a photo earlier in the week, and it just looks like they're rebuilding it or something. So they're being very cryptic about the whole thing. I don't know if they're probably not still going to call it that, because last year they were like, yeah, we're going to retire this ride, which for my money, that sucks because I loved that ride. That was my favorite ride at Cedar Point. But then like something flew off years ago and it hit somebody in the head and they were like lawsuits or something. And every other time you'd go, it was closed or shut down or something. So they finally said, screw it. It was the tallest and fastest roller coaster in the world when it debuted in 2003. I guess I didn't realize it had been around that long. I was misremembering it. I was thinking it showed up after I came to Cleveland.
No, it got there in like 2003.
Yeah, that's what this is, yeah.
Because when I got back from the Philippines, that was like the newest ride in 2004.
So they said that the new ride would debut next season in 2024. But they're kind of breadcrumbing some information out about. And by the way, there was a thing I saw ranking amusement parks, and it used to be like Cedar Point, #1 in the world, or at least America or something. And then I saw something that was like Cedar Point's number 15. I'm like, how did that happen? What happened at Cedar Point where like all of a sudden they went from #1 to number 15?
I don't care, dude. I've seen people come from all over the country to go to Cedar Point.
I know guys from Montenegro and Monte Carlo.
He worked there. That I wasn't counting him.
Oh,
yeah.
You mean visitors?
Yeah, like it's so funny because I follow a lot of Insta-gays on Instagram, and it's these super ripped, hot guys traveling, and Cedar Point is always one of their destinations, and I'm just like, oh, if I was there at that time, you know.
Also, how disappointing for them, according to you, to get all the way out there and then realize that there's only one kind of gay bar.
They're not going for the gay bars, believe me.
No, but I'm saying if they go all that way, they'd want to like taste the town, right?
But Cedar Point can be considered a gay destination.
But did they go for gay? Do they do a gay day out there?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then is that what they went for?
I think Sandusky Pride is at Cedar Point, if I'm not mistaken. Or Cedar
think it
Point
would
has
have
its own
to be.
Pride.
Yeah.
Because I know that they have done like gay festivities out there. I've seen people out there in their little pride shirts. But I'm not getting back on a crowbar rant. I'm not doing it anymore.
I was trying to lead him into it.
I'm not doing it again. I've already said my piece.
Yep. Their gay night bill is called Seed Him Point.
Hey.
I gotta. Let me give away this money.
Okay,
here.
good.
Hold that thought.
Now I want to talk about all the layoffs at ESPN.
Right, I know. They're swinging the axe over there, boy. It is a chance for you to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie, right? You want to blow it right away if you win. You want to sock it away, whatever. That's up to you. It's $1,000. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
By the way, the final today from Wrigley Field, 10-1. Cubs over the Guardians. So there you go. They're off to a great start. Knocks the Guardians back to second place in the division. Still under 500. Guardians will play the Cubs at Wrigley again tomorrow night, 7:15 here on WMMS. And immediately after, our metal show called 2 Hours to Midnight here on MMS with me, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler. Swinging the axe at ESPN. They're firing a lot of highly
people.
paid marquee talent over there because Disney is looking to first of all, they got to pay Pat McAfee out the yin-yang.
They got to pay Pat McAfee. They're going after Shannon Sharp, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make some room. I don't know if I like Pat McAfee being on ESPN. I like Pat McAfee being on YouTube where he's swearing and like just being a dude. I don't know if I'm going to like his version of what because he gives great analysis. He's a fun dude to listen to, but I like it being a little looser than what it's going to be able to be on ESPN.
This is the weird, and I don't really know much about Pat McAfee. I've only seen him coincidentally on like ESPN Game Day or something where they're out there. He's out there with Peyton Manning and they're for college game day or whatever.
He's really good. I really enjoy Pat McAfee.
I think he's very funny, very entertaining, but this is that decision that a lot of people in that position have to make is they go, okay, I'm over here doing my thing and it's really, really blown up and I'm making some money, but do I jump to a legacy brand for a massive payday?
Yeah.
And some people go, no, because I got a pretty good thing over here. But most of them say, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump to
because
Rogan gets a massive payout to it goes over to Spotify. But then you're limited to that one brand. And so you don't get to call every shot. And so if you go, yes, ESPN is, it's a legacy brand. I'm going to take this over there. You're kind of in a gilded cage. Like you go, yeah, you take a ton of money, but you probably lose a chunk of your audience because you're not as widely distributed. Although ESPN is pretty widely distributed, but like they blew out Van Gundy and Jalen Rose. They had
Suzy Colbert.
They just signed Keyshawn Johnson to like a 5-year deal. They let him
fired
go.
him, yeah.
Max Kellerman and
June
so
Lee, there's a lot that they are letting go.
And ESPN made money last year. It's not like they're like, oh, we're down 50%. They had a great 2022. But as these companies consolidate, they go, well, and that's what sucks. And we have this conversation here when we have these staff meetings with this company, is they have to tell us, hey, we are just cogs in a much larger machine, which but you're like, yeah. So sometimes it doesn't matter how much you're killing it. They go, well, the company's down. And so that's the overarching thing. Disney owns ESPN. Disney is firing a lot of people because it sucks if you're a cog and you're doing a good job for ESPN, but Disney goes, well, attendance at our theme parks was down. So now something that's got nothing to do with you. They go, but they have so many properties, they go, well, we got to make up that money somewhere. So where can we cut? That's what every massive media company does. Where can we cut? And so Disney goes, well, we got to clear, we got to get the stuff in the budget. It's just numbers. And everybody who works for a company like this or like Disney, we're just a number. And that number is how much you make. Not what your ratings are, not what you're bringing to the company, not how much revenue you're generating. It's what you make. And they go, you know, and that's what's happening here. I mean, guys like Kellerman kind of knew the writing was on the wall, but you know, if you find out, if you're lucky, your agent calls you. A lot of these people find out and Google,
right?
Or they find out on CNN Business,
or Twitter, or something like that. The Pat McAfee contract is for $85 million,
and it's only for like 3 or 4 years. I think.
Yeah. That's insane,
right?
Because that's probably what they're saving. I mean, it's almost like they're trading all these different personalities for one dude.
It's like a sports team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty wild, though. Now, again, I don't watch ESPN, but I know who these people are.
I'm a Rich Eisen guy myself.
Okay.
I like Rich Eisen. When I do sports talk, it's Rich Eisen. That's who I enjoy.
I still like Dan Patrick.
I like Dan Patrick,
I'm old
too.
school.
Dan Patrick's great. I think of Rich Eisen as just kind of a younger Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
He's just a little bit younger and probably. I mean, how old is Dan Patrick now? He's getting up there. He's probably 70.
He's getting up there. Hey, Rissa. Hello, is it Rissa?
Yes.
Hi, what's up?
Are you in the Wu-Tang Clan?
Not Rizza.
Oh, okay. Am I
Rissa.
the what?
Are you Rissa from the Wu-Tang Clan or Rissa from Columbia Station?
I'm Rissa from Columbia Station.
Ah, all right, good. She is also for the children. What's up, Rissa?
So I wanted to share my experience I had at Cedar Point, like when I was a kid. It was on Father's Day, so we were just trying to like celebrate Father's Day, and it happened to be Gay Pride Day at Cedar Point. And it was cool. Like there was tons of colorful people. The only thing that was like crazy is these people would get freaky out in the public, like right out in the open. It was insane. Me and my younger sisters were just like, what are they doing? And my dad, who's like a full-blown homophobic, was like losing his mind.
See, that's the type
it
of
was
stuff,
an
man.
experience.
He was full-blown, all right.
It was an experience. So yeah, I think they have Gay Pride Day on Father's Day at Cedar Point, and I think that's just ironic.
It's more like Daddy's Day out there. Yeah. All right, thank you, Rissa.
Was he uncomfortable because they kept going, hey, Ted, how are you?
Calling your dad by his...
Shut up.
With
my family right now.
Daughters. I'll meet you at the crowbar later on.
That's the last thing I want.
No, you guys have a great day.
All right, thank you, Rissa.
Cedar Point does not need to be a circuit party. Like, that's the type of stuff they do. Like, there's videos of people, you know, getting done in the club. Like, while the music's going. Like, that's like a thing.
Yeah, you don't need that of it.
They're getting slayed
Cedar Point.
while listening to Lady Gaga or something.
So stereotypical. Come on.
Boat show.
Let's watch some boats. Let's see some more boats. Dan Patrick is 66 years old.
66 years old.
He's the pride of Zanesville, Ohio.
So he's got a little over 10 years, about 12 years on Rich Eisen. I love Rich Eisen, though.
Hey, Mark.
The best.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Mark?
Hey,
How are
Joe.
you? Thank you.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Awesome. Hey, I was going to chime in on the same thing about Cedar Point. Father's Day is usually gay days at Cedar Point is Father's Day. Long ago, it was a thing to everyone wear red shirts was a thing because often a lot of the groups that would go just in general, like a big family or whatever, everybody wear the same shirt so we can find each other. And a lot of times it was red. So when it initially started as Gay Day, a lot of times they were all doing red shirts just because it was a thing. Sandusky Pride is different. That's actually usually the third weekend. That was last weekend.
All right.
Well, I missed it.
You didn't see Poundcake there, did you?
No, we saw the parade. We didn't go to the Crowbar.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need.
Crowbar is the only one now, but it was not the only one in the long ago. There were a couple of them once upon a time. There was another one called Club Eccentricities. And in the long, long, long ago, there was one called Your Place or Mine.
And you guys didn't support it, so therefore they're not around anymore.
Please tell me that Club Eccentricities was spelled with an X.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, nailed it.
Why didn't you tell me that you were gay?
Oh, sing it, Peggy. Okay, thank you, Mark. I've got to take a break here. We'll get the Bill Squire Friday Get Down on the way to get the holiday weekend going. If you want to text for anything else, 35192. And you can watch at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.9
Sponsored this evening. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Oil Change. At Take 5, they're faster than you think. That means they'll change your oil faster than it takes you to find a good spot at your local swimming pool. Dive into one of their convenient locations and see for yourself. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down mere minutes away. That's how we will officially get the holiday weekend underway around these parts. A traffic report there was just talking about all the traffic because of a show at Blossom. You know who's at Blossom tonight?
Let's go, girls.
Shania Twain.
Yeah.
How about that? Catch me outside. Yeah, I didn't know. She still looks pretty good, right?
She looks
Shania,
great.
She's had some work done, but I mean, she still looks good.
She looks good when because she kind of went like just self-induced hiatus. Like she's like, hey, I'm gonna step back, but then she came out and did the Canadian Music Awards or something like that, and she changed words to Ryan Reynolds to her song. Like,
but also, didn't she do it?
Great.
I feel like she came out and did a thing on stage with like a up and coming artist, and that's kind of what got her back into people's radar or something.
I mean, she's always been on people's radar, though.
Yeah.
That Shania Twain is.
She's a cutie.
She's a cutie, and she's got bangers.
She's Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
The Queen of Me tour. Yeah, I think I only know like the Feel Like a Woman and I don't know how many of her songs I actually know.
Impress Me.
Don't Impress me much.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that one and You're Still the One.
Yeah, that's a big
that
one.
was a ballad.
Whose bed have your boots been under?
Whose bed have your boots been under? Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Right. She's from Windsor. She's from right across the bridge from Detroit. And she has sold over 100 million records. And Poundcake is a big fan. That Celine Dion.
She's not.
Huh?
You already know who my number one is.
Celine.
No, Whitney.
Yeah, Whitney.
Oh, well, I was talking about like
Canadian.
They're both Canadian, and yeah. But I mean, she's a knight, right? She got that Order of Canada thing.
I don't know, but she's one of my best friends, gay queens. Like
Shania Twain.
Yeah, he's always let's go girls. Every time we're out at a bar, he will put that in the jukebox, and then Don't Impress Me Much, and yeah, that's all I know by her.
My favorite Shania Twain story. I shouldn't say favorite. It's the only one I know. There's a guy who was a very, very popular record producer, her husband for a long time, a guy named Mutt Lange. And if you're like an 80s rock fan, you know who this guy is. He produced, he produced some of her albums, but he did like Def Leppard and Boomtown Rats and AC/DC and Michael Bolton. This guy was like a big, big record producer. And that was her husband for a long time. And then she found out that he was having an affair with her best friend. And then she started dating the best friend's ex-husband, and now they're married.
Hey.
Think about that.
That's how you do it.
That's
right?
silver lining.
Her best friend was married to like the CEO of Nestle or something, some French guy or something. And so Mutt Lange, I think, marries the best friend, Shania Twain, because obviously you seek solace. You're both living the same life. Your longtime spouse has stepped out on you, and you seek solace with each other, and they got married.
There is no way in which you can cheat respectfully on that. Regardless if you get a hotel room or if you move out of the country.
The best friend is a tough move.
The best friend is like there's friends, there's bitches you see at the store, there's people that you're acquainted with, but the best friend who held you when you was complaining about your man, you're saying like, I don't know if,
You're like, you're right. He is a pig.
or he doesn't, look me in the eyes when we screw anymore. He's like, oh, she's like, I don't
Do
understand.
people say screw, by the way?
I was cleaning
When we
myself up.
screwing.
I love it. It's so old-timey. That's the best. Why don't we get drunk and screw?
I'm afraid he's gonna leave me because he wants to put it in, the third input, and I won't let him. And she's like, no, he's not gonna leave you. I know he loves you.
Wow, they're having some wild conversations.
Girls
over
share
there.
everything.
No, I know that, but I mean, these are still some wild conversations.
But I can't imagine a scenario in which the girl just.
That rectum has feces in there.
How do you sleep at night? Like being a confidant for your.
With my
number
boots
one
under
girl.
somebody else's bed.
That's right. Being a confidant.
Ooh,
cheat respectfully.
Yeah, there's no way you can cheat respectfully on that. That is the one line where it's like, don't
Finally,
matter.
we found a line that.
But yeah, you can't go out
Just
of the
no
country.
best friend. Yeah, but it all worked out.
That's making the best out of a crappy situation. I wouldn't say it worked out. She's not boo-hooing around the house because she would probably, hurt herself. That's awful.
It's like when Amy Grant, who was a big Christian pop artist, right? Christian Jesus, blah, blah, blah. Amy Grant is cheating with Vince Gill, the country guy. They're both married, and they find each other, and they leave their spouses, and they marry each other.
Still, they weren't best friends.
No, I don't know what the situation
Just
was
think
with the
about
other
it, though.
spouses.
Think how bad that hurt. She was walking down the aisle. Her best friend was probably her maid of honor. And she's like, you look so beautiful. He's so lucky. And then you got a good man here. I just know it. Looking her in her face, knowing that as soon as she falls
Well, I don't think it
asleep,
was the day of their wedding that they found out that
she was probably
they were
looking at
married
him.
for like 20 years before something happened. They had a couple of kids.
The fact, so he's more attractive now. Oh, she saw what a great father he was and how he treats her, and she's like, I gotta
So what
get
you're
me a piece of
saying,
that.
what you're saying is the best friend. He did impress her much. He impressed the best friend much. Alan Shania Twain had chronic voice issues for many years that kept her from performing.
That's what it was.
Well, there you go. She's got them all figured out. That's got to be nice when you get your voice back and you're a professional singer. Did you see the clip from Channel 19 out there in Massillon? People in this neighborhood called the cops because there was a car with hair hanging out of the trunk.
Yeah,
You see that?
I saw this. I saw this
on Facebook.
and it's so funny.
It was a woman's wig.
Yeah.
God, mind y'all's business.
Well, if you saw a car with hair coming out of the trunk, I mean,
I'm black, and I would think it was a weave. So sorry, whoever is.
well, it's probably got a lot of white neighbors.
Damn. Mind your business.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you? Oh, Jesus.
The craziest thing you're not going to believe.
What happened?
So we got a call, somebody's concerned. Are you like a hairstylist or something?
No.
So there's like hair hanging out of your thumb?
Oh, my Jesus.
Someone's like...
Oh, that's my weave. Oh, hold on. Let's talk about wig. Hold on. Oh.
Why is her wig in the trunk?
Well, she probably has a hairpiece for every occasion. You might go to the gym or something. You just toss it in there.
Toria Townsend said that last week, Thursday, was a busy day for her. She was running late to her hair appointments. She took her wig off, threw it in her trunk, and slammed it shut. Boy, you're really not taking good care of your wigs.
Right.
It's probably cheap.
She said she didn't think much of it, even as she was getting dirty looks her entire drive from Akron back home to Massillon. How do you know how other people are looking at you? Have you ever noticed? This picture is hilarious, though, because it's all splayed out of the trunk of her Kia.
But that's
if you're watching the live stream, there. Hold on, there's the picture of like the girl from The Ring just crawled out of your trunk.
Yes, but this is Poundcake and Mary where they are looking at people around them. No, but you guys look at the people that you're driving next to and go, I don't like the way you're looking at me.
You've said that you do that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know what the faces are of the people in traffic around me.
I thought he was going in a different direction of like, I would assume that she has a dead body in her trunk by me seeing the hair hang out of the trunk. And I'm like, no, that's first of all, that's definitely a weave. And if she was to kill someone, I think she would take a little more care if she was going to stuff a body
Nobody
in her trunk.
knows. People are stupid. You know how many people don't even take the time to like dig a hole deep enough so that a body won't be found?
It's on top.
The body was found in a shallow grave. I'm like, Jesus Christ, just dig a little deeper. 10 minutes later, when she got home, the officers knocked on her door. That was the clip I played for you. I was in such a rush that day, I forgot about my wig, and I didn't pay attention to where it landed.
My God.
Yeah, right? I like the headline, though. It was a hilarious interaction. Police were called leading to a hilarious interaction. What if it had been a body and she just told them it was a wig? They were like, okay. Blood on the ground. She posted the Ring camera video online because why not? She said, usually you see a not good outcome when it's a person of color and a police officer. When you finally see something good, it's funny. She said she's glad the police were called as it shows how much her community cares. It's a very nice diplomatic way to describe what happened there. Oh, it's so nice that
Now they're like, well, man, we're still going to have to take you in. It's a stolen weave. Like, you yanked that off a bitch's head.
a stolen weave. We scanned the weave, and we took fingerprints off of it. And
that weave is not yours. It was stolen.
This is exactly what we... Bill, do you want it to, before we get going for the holiday week, do you want to talk to Mary Santorum?
Sure.
Because Mary Santora is out, so Mary Santorum...
I should call Mary Santora.
A lot of times will check in her absence. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so... hello, Mary.
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
Right. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I also wanted to say hello to my favorite comic in the world, Mr. Bill Squire. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Mary.
Bill, I heard the other day that you were a dog lover. How cute.
Yeah, I love dogs.
Bill, quick question. What about doggy style? Do you like that, big boy?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I'm not complaining.
Well, I love dogs too, but unfortunately, my last dog was allergic to peanut butter.
That's rare.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it really is. Usually it makes their coat shiny.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, as you know, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, the Bombers, okay?
Yeah, I've heard of them, yeah.
But lately I've been so busy. This whole LGBTQF thing has done wonders for my career.
You've lost me because I don't know what the F stands for.
Fat! It's all about demographics, Alan. Luckily, I'm big boned.
Oh, that's great. I have to tell you, out of all of the conversations we've had, I've never, I guess, considered you as a big boned woman.
Well, Alan, just imagine Bill Squire in a red dress and a blonde wig. No offense, big boy.
None taken.
Oh, boy, that's exciting. Yeah.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
It really is, yes. Well, I've got to move on here unless you have something else, Mary.
Well, Alan, in honor of this holiday weekend, I composed a new song. Would you like an example?
Yeah, I would. I would love to hear an example, yes.
Great, here we go. Light up the explosives. It's time for the 4th of July. Light up the explosives. Don't lose a finger or an eye. Spend a bunch of money and watch it go up in flames. Now it's time to light the explosives. It's America's birthday.
Oh, how about that? That was, wow. There's not a dry eye in the house. Look at that. Old Glory couldn't be prouder.
Well, Alan, thank you for taking my call and letting me perform my craft. You know I appreciate it. And have a great weekend, and I'll be talking to you in the future.
All right, thank you. There's Mary Santorum, who, of course, out there doing a lot of stand-up with the Bombers.
The Bombers.
Oh, boy. And what a fitting way to get us into the vacation weekend. Oh, but wait. Hello? Oh, are you trying to get a hold of Mary?
I was trying to get her, but she sent it right to voicemail.
She knows what's happening.
Right.
She knows what's coming. All right, that's how we do the weekend around these parts. Get it underway officially. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You gotta get down on Friday. It's the 4th of July, so light some fireworks, have some beers and hot dogs, and don't forget your wig in your trunk. Trunk wigger, trunk wigger, trunk wigger. It's Friday!
Oh, Mary missed a good one.
Yeah, it all sounded terrible.
Hey, there's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. It's brought to you by no one except us. Go forth and do likewise, gents. You know, Dieter's out at the Happy Moose until 7 o'clock in Menor, by the way, handing out those keys to the Buzzard bike. So if you're out near there, maybe pop in and see if you can get yourself qualified for this brand new custom Harley we're giving away. I'm going to take a break here. You want to get the last word in before we split? Send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.